Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Khuyamore, Molo, Kunjani, Wam Kilikili, and welcome to the Trends Global Roundtable Series, Middle East and Africa, entitled Unlocking the Potential of Think Tanks, New Ideas and Innovative Strategies for Impactful Engagement. We are indeed grateful that you have traveled from 11 different countries across Africa and Middle East to join us here in Cape Town today. I am Sharifa Raisi. I am honored to be your MC for today's event. To set the stage for our deliberations, I would like to provide a brief overview of the agenda for today's roundtable proceedings. We will begin with the official opening session, featuring opening remarks and keynote addresses by our distinguished speakers. Then we will proceed with 3 panel discussions addressing the main topics of the roundtable. To begin our roundtable, I would like to invite Dr. Mohammed Abdallah Al-Ali, the CEO of Trends Research Advisory, to present his opening remarks.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everybody. صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير تركي الفيصل آل سعود، رئيس مجلس إدارة مركز الملك فيصل للبحوث والدراسات الإسلامية، معالي الأستاذ زواندا مانديلا رئيس هيئة تراث مانديلا، دكتور حمد الكعبي الرئيس التنفيذي لمركز الاتحاد للأخبار، أيها السيدات والسادة، أيها الحضور الكريم، يسعدني أن أرحب بكم جميعا في هذه المائدة المستديرة التي ينظمها مركز ترندز للبحوث والاستشارات بعنوان إطلاق إمكانات مراكز الفكر، أفكار جديدة واستراتيجيات مبتكرة للمشاركة المؤثرة، التي ندشن من خلالها عمل مكتبنا الجديد في مدينة كيب تاون، الذي سيكون بوابتنا إلى منطقة أفريقيا جنوب الصحراء الزاخرة بالفرص والإمكانات الكبيرة. نتفق جميعا على أن مراكز الفكر والدراسات تؤدي دورا مهما ومحوريا في عالم اليوم، ليس عن طريق دراسة الظواهر الاجتماعية والسياسية والاقتصادية وتحليلها واستشراف مستقبلها فحسب، بل عن طريق المشاركة في صنع هذا المستقبل أيضا عبر دعم صناع السياسات وأصحاب المصلحة بالتوجهات والأفكار والاستراتيجيات الجديدة والمبتكرة التي ترسم ملامح سياساتهم وتوجهاتهم المستقبلية. والحقيقة أن مراكز الفكر لم تعد مراكز أو لم تعد تركز على توليد المعرفة بقدر تفعيل دورها في إحداث التغيير الإيجابي المنشود في مجتمعاتها عن طريق تخليق الأفكار الإبداعية والمبتكرة والإسهام في خلق ثقافة مجتمعية داعمة للتغيير الإيجابي وتوسيع نطاق تأثيرها في عملية رسم السياسات والتوسع في عقد الشراكات والتنسيق بينها بشكل أفقي ورأسي، والتقييم المستمر لنمط إدارتها وجودة منتجاتها الفكرية والعلمية ومدى تطبيقها على أرض الواقع. ومن ثم أخذت كثير من هذه المؤسسات البحثية تتحول من مجرد كونها مراكز للفكر إلى مراكز للتغيير، أي أن دورها تطور من استشراف المستقبل إلى المشاركة في صنعه، خاصة التنبؤ المسبق بالأزمات والكوارث المحتملة، وإحاطة صانعي القرار والجهات المعنية بها حتى يمكن الاستعداد الجيد والاستباق لها. أيها السيدات والسادة، أيها الحضور الكريم، إن حرص ترندز على عقد هذه المائدة المستديرة العالمية كأولى فعاليات فرعه الجديد في جنوب أفريقيا وتدشين المكتب نفسه في مدينة كيب تاون يأتي انطلاقا من قناعتنا التامة بأهمية القارة الأفريقية التي تزخر بالعديد من الفرص والموارد والقدرات التي تؤهلها للانطلاق في المسار التنموي بما يحقق طموحات شعبها في التنمية والرخاء والاستقرار. وتعزز أيضا الأرقام هذه الحقيقة، إذ تعد أفريقيا مصدرا لنمو 30% من احتياطات العالم من المعادن، ونحو 12% من احتياطات النفط في العالم، كما أن لدى القارة 40% من الذهب العالمي ونحو 90% من الكروم والبلاتين. وتوجد أكبر الاحتياطات من الكوبالت والماس والبلاتينيوم واليورانيوم في العالم في أفريقيا، التي تمتلك أيضا 65% من الأراضي الصالحة للزراعة في العالم. وهذه الإمكانيات الضخمة إلى جانب القدرات البشرية الكبيرة التي تزخر بها هذه القارة تجعلها مؤهلة لقيادة مسيرة التنمية العالمية برمتها وليس لدول القارة فقط. وضمن هذا السياق يأتي الدور المهم الذي يجب أن تطلع به مراكز الفكر في دراسة هذه الفرص وتحليلها، وأيضا طرح الرؤى والتصورات التي تساعد صانعي السياسات على الاستفادة منها وتعظيمها، وهو ما نسعى إلى تحقيقه من خلال هذه المائدة المستديرة العالمية. لا يسعني في النهاية كلمتي هذه إلا أن أتوجه بالشكر الجزيل لكل الشركاء الذين لبوا دعوة ترندز للحضور والمشاركة في هذه الفعالية العلمية المهمة التي تؤكد حرصنا على مواصلة مسيرة التعاون البناء مع مختلف مراكز الفكر العالمي. وأخص بالشكر صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير تركي الفيصل آل سعود، رئيس مجلس إدارة مركز الملك فيصل للبحوث والدراسات الإسلامية، والدكتور حمد الكعبي الرئيس التنفيذي لمركز الاتحاد للأخبار، ومعالي الأستاذ زواندا مانديلا رئيس هيئة تراث مانديلا. والشكر موصول للخبراء والمراكز الفكرية المشاركة كافة. واسمحوا لي أن أتوجه بالشكر الجزيل إلى فريق عملي الرائع الذي تحمل مشاق السفر والعناء لترتيب هذه المائدة المستديرة، وهذا ليس غريبا عليكم. ولا يفوتنا أيضا بطبيعة الحال أن نعبر عن خالص تقديرنا لأسرة الزعيم الراحل نيلسون مانديلا ولحكومة جنوب أفريقيا الصديقة ولكل العالم الحر، وذلك بمناسبة اليوم الدولي لنيلسون مانديلا الذي يوافق 18 من يوليو، وهو اليوم الذي يحتفي فيه العالم بهذا الزعيم التاريخي وبإرادته وإصراره على إحداث التغيير الإيجابي ليس في جنوب أفريقيا فقط بل في العالم كله. ونحن جميعا اليوم أحوج ما نكون لاستلهام هذه الروح الإيجابية لمانديلا من أجل بناء مستقبل أفضل لشعوبنا البشرية كلها. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed Abdullah Al-Ali, for the valuable speech. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Hamad Abeid Al-Ka'bi, CEO of Al-Ittihad News Center and Editor-in-Chief of Al-Ittihad Newspaper at Abu Dhabi Media, to share his opening remarks. Dr. Hamad.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. سعادة الأخ الدكتور محمد عبد الله العلي الرئيس التنفيذي لترندز، السادة الحضور الكرام، في عام 1995 التقى الوالد المغفور له بإذن الله الشيخ زايد بن سلطان آل نهيان طيب الله ثراه الزعيم الراحل نيلسون مانديلا. كان الحديث بينهم شيق جدا، حيث قال الشيخ زايد لنيلسون مانديلا: نحن نعتبرك نعمة، مما يدل على عظم المكانة التي يوليها الشيخ زايد للراحل مانديلا. وعندما سمع الراحل نيلسون مانديلا هذا الكلام فرد عليه قائلا: لا توجد نعمة أعظم من سموكم. هذا الحديث بالتحديد كان في إبريل عام 1995. هذا اللقاء عكس قيم الاحترام المتبادل بين الشيخ زايد طيب الله ثراه والراحل مانديلا، ومن هنا تأسست العلاقة وقامت العلاقة على أسس راسخة أكدت على التواضع لكل منهما. كل منهما كان ينظر الآخر على أنه نعمة، وكانوا يدركان أنهما قائدين يتوجب عليهما التعامل مع شعوبهم بالرحمة والإحسان. الراحل مانديلا يحظى بمكانة عظيمة جدا في دولة الإمارات بسبب الصداقة التي ترسخت بينه وبين المغفور له الشيخ زايد بن سلطان طيب الله ثراه. ووقتها قلد الشيخ زايد الزعيم مانديلا وسام زايد الأول، ووصف الرئيس مانديلا بأنه زعيم له قدرة على كبير من الاحترام في المجتمع الدولي، وكذلك كان كل ذلك تقديرا لجهوده في خدمة وطنه وإقرار الوحدة الوطنية في جنوب أفريقيا. تشترك دولة الإمارات وأفريقيا في تركيزهم على مبادئ التعايش والحوار ونبذ العنصرية انطلاقا من إيمانهم في مساندة الحق والعدل والقيم الإنسانية التي تجمع دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة وجنوب أفريقيا. الراحل الشيخ زايد ونيلسون مانديلا لم يقفا فقط من أجل القيم العالمية للحرية والعدالة والسلام الشامل، بل شاركا أيضا نفس الشغف والحب نحو بلديهما، مما ألهم وأثر بشكل كبير على شعوبهم. هناك علاقات ثنائية متميزة جدا بين دولة الإمارات وجنوب أفريقيا من خلال عدة زيارات كانت على مستوى عالي، ويصادف هذا العام الذكرى 30 لتأسيس العلاقات الدبلوماسية بين البلدين، ومما يدل أيضا على قوة العلاقات بين البلدين والتنامي بينهم في عدة مجالات، والتعاون الاقتصادي والتجاري على سبيل المثال. الإمارات هي الشريك الرئيسي لجنوب أفريقيا في مجلس التعاون الخليجي، وهي سوق التصدير الرئيسي لمنتجات جنوب أفريقيا، في حين أنه تستفيد العديد من الشركات في جنوب أفريقيا من الفرص التي تقدمها دولة الإمارات في مختلف القطاعات. هناك تعاون يعني متنامي في الجانب الاقتصادي بشكل كبير، وأيضا لا تعد جنوب أفريقيا فقط وجهة تجارية واستثمارية شهيرة في العالم بسبب بنيتها التحتية وأنظمتها المالية والخدمات ذات المستوى العالمي، بل يوفر أيضا هذا البلد قيمة مذهلة كوجهة سياحية عالمية. هناك عدة حقائق تشيرها الأرقام كما تفضل فيها الدكتور محمد العلي، ومثلت هذه الأرقام يعني مستوى متنامي من العلاقات الدولية. نحن في مركز الاتحاد للأخبار نهتم بشكل كبير في المحتوى الذي يعني سيصدر من هذه الطاولة المستديرة. أيضا شراكتنا مع ترندز مثلت في الشراكة القوية من خلال اعتبار ترندز واعتبار أيضا الاتحاد شركاء في ناحية إعداد المحتوى البحثي القائم على تقديم المعرفة الشاملة. من خلال هذه الشراكة سنقوم بتغطية إخبارية عالية من خلال نقل صورة دولة الإمارات لأفريقيا وصورة أيضا جنوب أفريقيا للإمارات، مما يسهم في تعزيز العلاقات في كافة المجالات. وسنسلط الضوء على مجالات التعاون وإبراز القيم المشتركة التي تربط الدولتين، مما يسهم في توفر وتوافر محتوى إعلامي وازن وصناعة معرفة عالمية ثرية. إن وجود عدد كبير من قادة الفكر والرأي والبحث والمسؤولين والمراكز البحثية في هذا اللقاء الثري الذي نظمه ترندز سيسهم في تعزيز محتوى إعلامي متميز وموثوق ذات مصداقية عالية. اللقاء اليوم ووجود الكم من الباحثين وممثلي مراكز الفكر هو فرصة لتعزيز التعاون وتبادل الآراء والأفكار. خلال هذه الزيارة هناك لقاءات مع عدة جهات، منها على سبيل المثال الاندبندنت العربية، في جنوب أفريقيا. وأيضا أحب أن أؤكد أن وسائل الإعلام تلعب دور كبير في تعزيز العلاقات بين الشعوب، وتحقق المساهمة الفاعلة في زيادة الوعي المجتمعي حول القيم والمبادئ الإنسانية المشتركة من أجل بناء مستقبل أفضل للجميع. وتعتبر هذه اللقاءات هي فرصة لتوفير المعلومات الموثوقة للإعلام وتعزيز التفاعل والتواصل بين الشعبين. أتقدم بالشكر مرة أخرى للدكتور محمد العلي، وأتقدم أيضا بالشكر لكم جميعا لهذه الفرصة الحديث بينكم. شكرا لكم.
Thank you, Dr. Hamad Abeid Al-Ka'bi, for your valuable speech. I am delighted to now announce that His Royal Highness Prince Turki Al Faisal Al Saud, Chairman of King Faisal Center of Research and Islamic Studies in Saudi Arabia, will deliver his keynote address.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my thanks and gratitude to Dr. Muhammad Abdullah Al-Ali, CEO and founder of Trends Research and Advisory, for his kind invitation extended to me to speak to such distinguished participants in this global roundtable. Also, it gives me great pleasure to congratulate Trends Foundation for opening a branch in South Africa to disseminate knowledge and to promote understanding between African and Arab countries that share many common interests and that have been victimized historically by the same dominant powers and the international order. This move to open a branch in this historic town that is marked by the memory and the spirit of its legend, the late Nelson Mandela, is fully appreciated. Such a memory and a spirit far exceed the border of South Africa to the whole world. Therefore, the search for justice is the legacy of this great leader. South Africa's stance on justice for Palestine and its people throughout the history of this protracted conflict is a model for all countries that seek justice in our world. The latest move from South Africa to bring Israeli atrocities in Gaza to the attention of the world by bringing the case against Israel in the International Court of Justice is welcomed and appreciated by the Arab world, though it was not a surprising move from a country that stands for justice and that suffered for centuries from injustice. Our world is in a state of uncertainty, which means that we are living under a state of strategic vacuum, strategic confusion, and polarized world politics. Such international strategic confusion and world polarization are caused by the conduct, policies, and rift in relations between major great powers at the helm of the supposedly rule-based order. The relative world peace and security that the world has enjoyed since the end of the Second World War, multilateralism, independent world economy, globalism, and human achievements during peacetime are all seriously under threat by this state of uncertainty. Our world is by its nature a multipolar world, as was supposed to be reflected in structuring the United Nations Security Council veto power in 1945. However, multipolar, bipolar, and unipolar worlds have reflected the balance, or rather the imbalance of power in all the aspects since that time. Today's world is not the world of 1945. Therefore, thinking of a new approach for restructuring a new international order is urgently needed to manage our transforming multipolar world peacefully to avoid great wars between great powers. Avoiding such a scenario requires confirming the genuineness of the constant calls for the need to reform our existing world order as reflected in the UN system, particularly restructuring the United Nations Security Council. Reformation of this system to correspond to the aspirations of the world community and express the structural changes that are transforming our world is a must. All calls and initiatives to reform the United Nations system and its Security Council have gone unheeded by the 5 permanent members of the Council. Numerous world leaders in Asia, in Africa, and Latin America, and in the Middle East were among the callers for such transformation or to think of other alternatives to voice unfairness of our world order. Even the United States stated on many occasions for upholding and defending the UN Charter and to refrain from the use of veto except in rare, extraordinary situations, and to ensure that the UN Security Council remains credible and effective. President Biden himself called for increasing the number of both permanent and non-permanent representatives of the Council. This talk came in light of the war in Ukraine, which was seen as an attack by Russia, a country at the helm of the rule-based international order. This attack on Ukraine unleashed a campaign demanding abiding by international law, the principles of the UN Charter, and the rules of international order. These legitimate demands were the dominant common theme across the world, particularly in Western capitals. However, such demands soon evaporated from the international political discourse, neglecting such demands in relation to the disastrous and criminal Israeli occupation and war on Palestine, a denotative showcase of hypocrisy and double standard by the countries of the rule-based international order. Underrepresented countries are also in the forefront, calling for reforming international institutions and are working to find alternatives to the unrepresentative, decaying international institutions. Sustaining what is regarded as a rule-based international order as liberal without being fair, inclusive, equitable, and reflective of our international reality is not expected if the state of international strategic confusion continues to be the present order of world affairs. Our world does not need a world war to have a new world order to prove that world orders throughout history are byproducts of major wars. The advancement of humanity in all aspects of life, the realization that we share a common destiny, the belief that peace and security is a common good for all on earth, and the achievements of the past 8 decades of dealing with all issues affecting human lives dictate that all countries must work seriously to reform the UN system to correspond to the aspirations of the people of the world. Continued uncertainty in the world stage is leading to uncommon behavior and uncertain behaviors by irresponsible partners and leaders that may lead to catastrophic consequences. Great powers' failure in tackling issues of world peace and security is responsible for the current fluidity of international politics. The disastrous war on Ukraine and the disastrous war on Gaza are cases at hand that show how much fragile is our world and how much we all need to hang on to the principles of international rules and laws. African and Middle Eastern countries need to have a unified voice to guarantee not to be victimized again by any changes that take place in the age of transformation and to secure their position within any new international arrangements. South Africa and Saudi Arabia must lead in this respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness Prince Turki Al Faisal Al Saud, for your important contribution. Now I'm honored to invite Mr. Zondwa Mandela, Chairman of Mandela Legacy Foundation, to present his keynote address.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay. I'm happy to hear the room is, alive and vibrant. Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests. I think first and foremost, I must mention that it is an honor to be present with you today on this beautiful, beautiful South African morning. My name is Zondwa Zoisile Gaddafi Mandela, a proud son, a proud father, a proud husband, a proud brother, hailing from the beautiful hills on this African continent. It's very important for me to mention just, where I come from or my social identity, because I guess this is what brings us all together here. We have a common thread, regardless of the titles that we hold, that just simply say we're members of community wanting the best for society. I'm happy to share in this moment with you all, which is simply the culmination that many before us gave of themselves and the willing contributions of many to ensure that those sacrifices were in fact not in vain. In a world faced with so many challenges, at times the uncertainty, the resounding commitment for prosperity of community will forever give me a strong feeling of purpose and hope. In the aftermath of apartheid, South Africa faced the monumental task to rebuild a nation grounded in inequality, or rather equality, justice, and democracy. The armed struggle brought forward the people's liberation, yet brought leaders, researchers, organized structures were at the heart of this transformation, providing the intellectual and analytical foundation necessary for this historic undertaking. To this end, I care to mention that regardless of which side of the fence you choose to sit, I am moved even by recent events of decisive leadership that even whilst facing death at its door, it's very simple. We are here to simply fight, fight, fight. Over the delicate transition from apartheid to a democratic society, thought leaders, researchers, and organized structures played a crucial role in drafting and refining the new constitution of South Africa. The policy recommendations ensured that our constitution reflected, implemented, and underpinned the values of human rights, inclusivity, and equity. Inspired members of community facilitated dialogues, provided comparative analyses of other seemingly democratic constitutions, and brought together diverse voices to contribute to this foundational and fundamental document. The mention of our history and achievements is that the rich heritage of South Africa embodies the shoulders of the greatness on which we stand. It means that, in this case, failure in any form failure in whatever shape is in fact no longer an option. Whilst we have made significant strides, we are still faced with pressing challenges today. One such challenge is youth unemployment. And this gives me an opportunity to introduce our work as Mandela Legacy. At Mandela Legacy, we have made it our daily commitment to develop commercially sustainable solutions to secure the dignity of life through scalable job opportunities for youth. Our ability to establish innovative, practical solutions to counter unemployment has been a collaborative effort by modern-day thought leaders, community representatives, data analysts, data analytics, researchers, and organized structures, by definition what we would define corporate organizations across the globe. With these various forms of collaborative effort, a comprehensive understanding of the challenges began to form. Through research, we identified the cause of youth unemployment in South Africa. Some included poor literacy levels at developmental stages of one's life cycle, social and economic disadvantages, a mismatch between skills and job application. These research outcomes and analyses remain crucial in developing effective strategies to tackle the problem of unemployment in South Africa. There will always be room for improvement. However, it's very important that we commend all of the think tanks, the research institutions that are playing a critical role in formulating policy recommendations. From engaging with government and agencies, the private sector and civil society, to advocating for policies that promote job creation, skills development, and entrepreneurship among the youth. Your collective evidence and based recommendations have helped shape national strategies and programs aimed at reducing unemployment. For instance, an organization that's in fact very close to home, the Development Policy Research Unit at the University of Cape Town, have conducted extensive research on labor markets and youth employment. Their findings have informed that policies aimed at enhancing vocational training, improving access to higher education, and the utilization of SMMEs engines, in fact, fuel the objectives of job creation. At a human level, the efforts of thought leaders, researchers, organized structures has helped those with deferred dreams by turning those dreams into viable ideas and active businesses, thereby creating jobs for themselves and others to see. It's a privilege to be here. I'm not only here by myself. I'm joined by Lindo Mandela, Mark Smith, Leander Dlamini, our colleagues at Mandela Legacy. Getting to meet the members from Abu Dhabi, Dubai, trends. We've had the privilege to engage now, but we'll also have the privilege to engage further. It'll be our honor to show you the active work of Legacy, the history and legacy that we represent, the struggle that our forefathers fought for, the freedom that they created, but seeing freedom in motion based on the legacy that we have here in South Africa and understanding how we have also now chosen to apply the legacy that many have left us and the freedom that they've given us. So it will be an honor to take you to the many facilities that we have here in Cape Town, show you the impact and training that we have for young people, and the job opportunities that we've created. So just please understand that it's only a privilege for us to host you and spend that time with you. In closing, with these words, my intention has simply been to highlight that within our respective corners, within our spaces of influence, our outlets of lived experience, and the cadence earned from discipline through study, in some way we have all had to play a role. A role that says the contribution towards ensuring the Constitution of modern South Africa embodies the principles of democracy and justice. Now, as we move forward, let us continue to support and collaborate with these vital institutions of knowledge. Together, we can create a world that is prosperous and inclusive for all its citizens. In the words of Henry Ford, coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is success. I thank you.
We will now proceed to our first panel discussion on the topic, the role and influence of think tanks in shaping policy making. On this panel, we are grateful to have experts from 4 different countries who will shed light on this crucial matter. They come from Bahrain, South Africa, Ghana, and United Arab Emirates. The panel will be moderated by Mr. Awad Al-Bareki, Senior Researcher and Head of Trends Global Sector at Trends Research and Advisory. Mr. Awad Al-Bareki, the floor is yours. Dear panel participants, we look forward to your contributions.
I would like to start by thanking the preceding keynote speaker, Dr. Mohammed Al-Ali, His Excellency Safir Al-Hamli, Dr. Hamid Al-Ka'bi, and also His Royal Highness Turki Al-Faisal, and also Mr. Zandua Mandela, for setting the tone today for this great discussion. My name is Awad Al-Bareki. I'm Head of Global Sector at Trends Research and Advisory. The Trends Global Roundtable Series aims to assess and optimize the impact of think tank on public policy and governance across the world. Dialogue is the cornerstone of our success as a think tank, and we chose the roundtable format to reinforce the message of engagement with participants and also with audience. I therefore encourage you to engage with our knowledgeable panelists, to ask questions, and to share comparable lessons to make your own distinct knowledge contribution to this event. Introducing today's topic, we believe that think tanks have a key role to play in policy making and governance at a national level and also at the global level. As our colleague will know, think tanks connect with policy and governance at multiple levels. In our society-facing role, we publish and disseminate to the public in the UAE and abroad our insight, analysis across a range of topics, from peace studies to science and technology, and also to international relations, geopolitics, and other many topics. Engaging with society also allows us to keep our finger in the pulse of public opinion, which is vital information to policymakers and to the wider policy discourse. In our supporting role to improve policies, having both academics and policy practitioners uniquely position think tank to provide empirically sound policy recommendation which can be reasonably implemented. And finally, we act as international forum for research and analysis, publication and exchange of ideas. In this regard, we are witnessing a convergence of policy views across many global endeavors, including, of course, climate policy, trade and investment, but also more contentious areas such as peace and security. Across all these areas, it can only be beneficial to deepen engagement with our partners in Africa through dialogue opportunities such as the one we have today. We expect that today's event will contribute deeply to the knowledge base of how think tanks can shape policy making more effectively to ultimately achieve a greater positive impact on our society we serve. With that, it's my great pleasure to turn to introducing our panelists. Our first panelist, Dr. Omar Al-Baidli, who unfortunately is in Bahrain. He will join us in recording video. Is a director of research at the Bahrain Center for Strategic and International Energy Studies, Dirasat. In addition to his work with Dirasat, Dr. Omar is affiliated with various prestigious international universities and think tanks in teaching or research capacity. Dr. Omar is also the president of Bahrain Economist Society and previously served as a member of Commonwealth of Virginia's Joint Advisory Board of Economists and as a visiting professor at the University of Chicago. I now have the pleasure to introduce His Excellency Nikolai Miladov, who is the Director General of Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy based in Abu Dhabi. With a career spanning over 20 years in the Middle East and European politics, His Excellency served a member of the European Parliament, Foreign Minister, and Defense Minister in his native Bulgaria, and was appointed as UN Secretary General Special Coordinator for Middle East Peace Process between 2015 and 2020. I'm now delighted to introduce our next speaker, Professor João Bosco Monte, who leads the Brazil Africa Institute, which has offices in both Brazil and Ghana. Beyond his work of creation of deeper economic and development ties between Brazil and the African continent, Professor Bosco Monte is also a prolific author with numerous publications focusing on international relations, South-South and triangular cooperation, trade, and the BRICS. For this effort, Professor Bosco was honored with the Order of Rio Branco by the Brazilian government in both 2018 and 2020. Representing the Republic of South Africa, our next panelist is Mr. David Willema from the Institute for Security Studies based in Pretoria. Mr. Willema's focus is on maritime security, blue economy, ocean governance, climate risk, and human security. Since 2021, he has worked to promote maritime security as a policy priority with the African Union and Southern African Development Community. Mr. Willema is also focused on youth involvement in the maritime sector and also has represented the continent as a delegate at both the 7th Our Ocean Conference, co-hosted by US government and in Palau, and as a prestigious One Young World Summit in Manchester in 2022. Now, with that, I will start with Dr. Omar's recording video, then I will continue.
Good morning. I'd like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to Trends for the kind invitation to participate in this conference. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend in person, but at the very least, I'm very happy to be able to participate remotely with this recorded message. I would also like to congratulate Trends on the opening of their latest branch in South Africa, in Cape Town. I think it's a fantastic idea, and I understand that Trends has many new branches opening across the world, and this is truly reflective of a very progressive attitude towards how think tanks should operate. So congratulations, heartfelt congratulations to Trends. So the topic for today's session is the role of think tanks in shaping policy. I'd like to talk a little bit about my own experiences as a researcher in the Gulf, and also directly contributing to policy making via think tanks, and also in my capacity as a researcher who studies the relationship between think tanks and policy making. So in the Arab and Islamic world, the concept of shura is something very old, at least as old as Islam itself. It's something we read about in the Quran. It's something that the Prophet ﷺ, affirmed and established. So it is a totally a normal concept and principle for us in our society to have people who are in important positions seeking the advice of experts. That is something totally mainstream. And obviously that advice can come, those experts can be experts who are housed in think tanks, like many of the people who are participating in today's conference. What is less common, however, is seeking advice in what I would call a public manner. So usually when we see that advice is sourced, it's done, either within the organization. That's probably the most frequent way it happens. And by that I mean that the leader of an organization has a team of experts, a team of researchers working within the organization, and they will ask them to prepare reports, or maybe come to talk to them about an issue. Occasionally, although not as frequently, the leaders of organizations will seek the advice of people from outside the organization. But even when they do seek advice from people from outside the organization, it's usually done in a confidential way. And by that, I mean that whatever research they produce, whatever memo they produce, is transmitted bilaterally, confidentially, and is not something that is released to the general public. And there's three factors that explain this preference for sort of private or in-house advice from experts. The first and the most obvious is that sometimes the issues being discussed are very sensitive and private. And here the most obvious illustration is something like security issues. So obviously if the person seeking advice is a Minister of Interior or a General Director of Security or something, and they need advice on an intelligence issue, then it's not going to be something which they want out in the public domain. The second reason is that the culture of organization leadership in the Arab and Islamic world is one where leaders in general, they prefer not to be seen tacitly demonstrating their lack of knowledge in an area by publicly seeking advice. So part of the prestige in our culture of leadership is leaders conveying an image of how should we say, quasi omniscience, and so putting out a public cry for help or public cry for assistance is something that is not consistent with that prestige, that cultural prestige that we have in our part of the world. And so that's something that pushes them towards preferring to receive the advice confidentially. And the third reason, building on that, is that because researchers are aware of this cultural idiosyncrasy that we have in the Arab world, they themselves may be reticent when it comes to expressing a view which may be a little bit sensitive, or maybe runs counter to the public narrative, or maybe perceived as critical of the existing practices. In order for them to do that with a greater sense of comfort, they may themselves voluntarily prefer a private setting, confidential setting, rather than putting these things out in the public domain, because they may be perceived as being defiant or seditious by presenting that advice in a public setting. Now, in many situations, this allows experts to satisfactorily convey their advice to organizational leaders in the Arab world, and good decisions can be made on that basis, and the information travels effectively from the expert to the person who needs to make the final decision. However, in certain situations, this system doesn't function as well as one might like, and there are potential gains that we can extract from having a more public discussion regarding advice, regarding the opinions of experts. And in that situation, what we're really talking about is that the research note or the research memorandum that is being sent to the organizational leader is one that there's an advantage to disseminating it publicly, to having it published on a website. And so here, what we see in many parts of the Western world is congressional testimonies, for example, in the US, or parliamentary testimonies in the UK. These things being done publicly, and the think tank scholar who may be presenting that advice publishing their research note on the website of their think tank, on their personal websites, and talking very openly about what advice they would give to the senior decision maker who is seeking their advice. So why would anybody, what are the advantages of doing it that way? Why could that be something that is on certain occasions superior to the very sort of confidential and closed route that is typical in much of the Arab world? There's two advantages. The first, which goes back very much to the Enlightenment era, is that publicly disseminating research allows for peer review, and that peer review, even though sometimes it can be very painful, I'm sure many researchers in the room in the conference today have subjected their research to peer review and received the criticism of their peers. Even though it's painful and can be damaging to one's ego, it is something that results in a significantly better final product. And as I say, this goes back to the Enlightenment era, when scientists across all of Europe, for the first time through journals, academic journals, started sharing their ideas and allowing each other to reflect and criticize each other's ideas. And this led to a massive leap in the quality of science and the quality of scholarship. And so in the context of a think tank scholar providing advice, they may have an opinion about what is potentially advantageous or disadvantageous in terms of the decision to be taken at a certain point in time. But exposing that idea to their peers and letting their peers reflect on it and say, well, actually, I disagree with Omar on this. I strongly agree with Omar on this. Omar, you've completely forgotten about this point. Omar, you should have added this data point. Omar, there's an error here. That raises the quality. And to give you a very topical example that we saw in COVID, in the UK, the government of the UK had one of the leading infectious disease experts in Europe, who was a British citizen, working on their task force and producing research that was used to inform decisions on things like lockdowns and pandemic guidelines. Now, the modeling that this expert was using, he was writing the code, and this code was used for models, which would then make predictions, which were then the foundation for his recommendations. And many of those recommendations were adopted by the UK government. Now, as part of the best practice, he was releasing his code and his model, because he wanted other experts to be able to reflect upon his model and to say, well, this is a strong point in the model, this is something that could be improved. And through that process of dissemination, it was discovered there were some errors, some totally inadvertent errors in his code, and these were then fixed, which led to some slightly different decision making. And these errors were honest. They were not because he was being lazy or being careless. The reality is that if anyone who's programmed, if you write hundreds and hundreds of lines of code, inevitably you will make errors. And here the system functioned well, which is that when you open your research, your advice to peer review, people will be able to locate errors and improve upon them. Sometimes in the case of here, it's a clear error. Sometimes it may not be an error, it just may be a difference of opinion. But in all situations, the peer review is something that contributes to a better quality outcome. So that's one advantage of allowing for the public dissemination of research that is used to inform decision making. The other avenue revolves or reflects the enrichment of the public discourse. So when you keep things closed, then the discussion only involves a small number of people. And although people in the general public may be interested in the issue, whether it's a foreign policy issue or a security issue, the quality of their discussion will be relatively low if experts are constrained or limited in terms of engaging the general public. However, when they are allowed to put their opinions out in the public domain and to let their discussions with senior decision makers be something that everybody can consume and reflect upon, the result is a much richer public discourse. And why is this thing good? Well, there's one key advantage of a richer public discourse is it engages the public, and it makes the public more willing and more able to contribute. And here this is important because in an age of crowdsourcing, experts for sure have lots of good knowledge, but sometimes you get lots of good ideas from the general public, and in order to activate those ideas, to create a channel for their expression, it's important to have significant policy debates out in the public domain. And secondly, when you engage the public, this is also important sometimes for breaking entrenched intellectual circles. When it's the same, 10, 15, 20 people engaging each other, and this happens in academia very much too, you can get into sort of inadvertent echo chambers and entrenched ideas where people think in a very specific way, and they struggle to think outside that box because humans are creatures of habit. And sometimes the only way to break that is to bring people from outside that circle and to let them reflect upon the content and ask sometimes what appear to be silly questions, but sometimes those silly questions can actually force the people who are in that circle to think in a different way and to broaden their horizons. So these are two very specific advantages that we see for allowing for public dissemination of research used to inform decision making. Ultimately, as the British say, it's what we call horses for courses, and by horses for courses, those not familiar with that British idiom, that means that each tool is useful in certain settings. In certain settings, we want to do. It's definitely preferable to take the totally private route of think tank advice to policy making, but in certain settings, it is better to have a more public debate and to have that open discussion. So ultimately, really, it's something that is not, there's not like a general principle, and it's very much on a case-by-case basis. However, in my opinion, based on my experience both as a citizen of the Gulf, as a resident of the Gulf, as a contributor to the research, is that I think that in the Arab world, because of our cultural traditions, we're a little bit too much towards the preference for closed advice, and I think we would benefit from a little bit more of an open discourse. And I think we are seeing slowly that transition occur. The new generation are more geared towards, more conditioned towards openly discussing things, and I think that's a good thing. And I think that as long as that transition continues, however slowly it happens, that's something that will generally contribute to a more engaged public and more effective decision making in our region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Umar, for giving us an overview how think tank in the Gulf countries shape or try to shape policy, either in private setting or in more public disseminated information. With that, now I'll move to my next panelist, His Excellency Nikolai. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Awad, and thank you for convening this panel. I think it's an excellent opportunity for us to talk about the challenges and the opportunities that think tanks face, not just across the Middle East and Africa, but more generally. And I was reminded by the words of the previous speaker of the plethora of different formats and that you have when we just say the word think tank. Mm-hmm. Because he spoke of the differences that exist in the Gulf, but even if you look beyond the Gulf, the differences country to country, continent to continent are quite varied. It is one thing to consider what a think tank is in the United States compared to the culture that exists in France, which is completely different, that of Central and Eastern Europe, which has evolved a culture of a revolving door culture for think tanks, whereby people, as they leave government, go into think tanks, and as they go back into government and others leave, they transition into those. To what Omar spoke about in the Middle East and the Gulf. And even in the Middle East, there are quite substantial differences that exist. Gulf culture, Gulf traditions are one. If again, speaking from experience, in Iraq, you have a very different system whereby the existence of certain think tanks connected to universities and foundation and related to religious foundations quite openly discuss in the media and within society alternatives, or within the Israeli and Palestinian context where you have extremely active communities of both Israelis and Palestinians in think tanks looking at options for peace. And they're perhaps some of the most vibrant promoters.
Okay. Yes.
Vibrant promoters of dialogue between these two communities. I want to focus a little bit on the UAE because what I think, and here's where I differ slightly from the previous speaker, what I think things are changing is not slowly but rather fast. In the UAE, you now have particularly in Abu Dhabi, a very small but extremely vibrant community of think tanks emerging across all sectors, be they in foreign policy, in the case of the Gargash Diplomatic Academy, be that in security or food or economy, other aspects. Now, what makes this community, I think, quite different is both the fact that it is able to provide detailed alternatives and advice to senior government leaders in terms of policies, but also to think out of the box on how these opportunities can be leveraged for the future of the country. And I say this because I think this is quite an important distinction. Think tank organizations today are challenged not just with the idea that they need to consider policy options and advocate for certain solutions with governments, but also to be way ahead, in a way, of governments and government bureaucracies in their thinking of what is possible, challenging the government in terms of how to adapt its services, how to adapt its policies, etc. And this ecosystem is emerging in the Gulf, and particularly in the UAE and Abu Dhabi, Dubai, very, very quickly, in which you have organizations, think tanks that are coming up with policy ideas and really testing the frontiers of what is possible, advocating with the government and with the leadership on what is doable and what are the alternatives, and then using their own networks to reach out to other parts of the world in a manner that is much more free and open than for government bureaucracies. In my experience, at least as far as foreign policy is concerned, this has been a very, very large part of what we've done with the Abraham Accords, with everything that followed after the Abraham Accords, the trilateral, minilateral cooperations that the UAE has set up with a number of countries, exploring new opportunities for that. In the world of food security and food diplomacy, climate change has been, again, something we spoke about yesterday. Climate change is an area where these initiatives have been quite visible. In fact, a lot of the ideas of how the UAE COP28 presidency was structured and what the UAE presidency during the COP process advocated for came from discussions within think tanks on climate diplomacy and other areas. Economic diplomacy, another very, very important aspect in our work, is clearly something that we need to advocate more. And last but not least, particularly in the case of the Gulf, given the geopolitics of the world today, I think we have an excellent opportunity and really a challenge. And that is that in a world that is collapsing into groups of countries that find it ever more difficult to talk to each other, to put it very, very diplomatically, if I may, in a world in which you have a increasing fragmentation of the global trading system. If you look at a world in which we prefer to talk to our friends than to the people that we disagree with, and not just as countries or as government, but even as individuals, because of social media, we tend to fall into that trap. The countries in the Gulf are uniquely placed to be able to talk to everyone. And having that value today is far more valuable, perhaps, than a lot of other things that we have in the international agenda. It is an opportunity to allow conflicting parties to come quietly together, to talk about opportunities to find resolution to their conflicts, be they war and peace, be they trade, be they something else. It is an opportunity to actually advance a new form of mediation that is emerging around the Arab traditions that exist in the Middle East. You know, in the UAE, there's a lot of focus on consensus. In Qatar, there's a lot of focus on sort of high-level, high-stakes diplomacy. In Oman, there's Oman has become the interlocutor state, allowing everyone to convene there. And within that context, think tanks are also a space for track 1.5 or track 2 engagements that are so much necessary in today's world. And I think, and I see across the board in all of this, whether it's track 1.5 and track 2, whether it's thinking about government policies and alternatives, whether it's looking at how to advocate for new policy areas, amazing opportunities of cooperation between the Gulf region and Africa. And that is why when Trends invited me to come to this event, I was so excited to do it. And lastly, let me just finish on sort of very long expose with why I feel so strongly about these issues. One thing which is not on my CV is that I founded my first think tank exactly 26 years ago in Bulgaria, and it is still functioning. And my last think tank about 7 years ago, and it is still functioning. I very, very strongly believe that the role that such organizations have in terms of policy making is crucially important for good governance and for the effective pronouncement of government policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, for this informative discussion, especially in terms of decoding the type of think tanks in the Western world, or the Europe, or the Gulf, as you mentioned, the emergence of new kind of a hybrid one. And also we in Trends Research and Advisory, we have this hybrid model in terms of having one pillar of our work is purely think tank, but the other pillar is purely consultancy, so a driver of income. And I totally agree with you that think tank should be ahead of government to at least set the track, set the track for a new idea, especially in emerging technologies. So thank you, Mr. Excellency. And now I will move to my dear friend, Professor Jawal. The floor is yours.
Good. Good morning or good afternoon. No, still good morning. When we talk about this, the role of and the influence of think tanks in shaping policy making, it's not easy to explain within 10 minutes or 1 hour, because we have importance that we know. Being here, discussing things that should change the life of people, it's something that would be very, let's say, responsible. And saying this, I give an example of what we do at the Brazil-Africa Institute. We have one program that we call IFP, which is IBRA Fellowship Program. And I do this directly with the researchers. When they come to us bringing a proposal, my first question when I interview them is, how do you think that the result of your research will impact people's life? How this will bring some good influence to the society? And us as researchers, sometimes we are so selfish that we want to consider that what we are researching is important, but it's important for ourselves. Actually, when we have 3 PhDs together in a room, maybe the answer that will come from the conversation won't be so direct to impact people's life. So the first thing that we should consider to influence the world, the policy making, the government, the civil society, is how our research will be good for the society. And I want to raise something that we don't see a lot. Most of the time we have old researchers in the room. What about having young researchers? The youth plays an important role. And I'm so sorry that we don't see here lots of young researchers. So next time, next the next edition of the Trends Roundtable, I would see more young fellows, because they have ideas. They can bring some initiative that can contribute more for the benefit of the society. Again, I also think that we should include, to influence, to have good influence, the participation of the private sector. Sometimes we are isolated in our universities, in the academia, and we talk among ourselves, but we do not see the practical results without having people on the ground. Most of the time, the private sector is mentioned in the conversation, but they are not included. The corporations, the big corporations here in Cape Town, in Brazil, in the Middle East, they have a very big importance that we should consider. In this regard, for us as researchers to influence, we need to bring them to the conversation, because they have needs, and they can see the result very further than us as researchers. And sometimes we don't see because we are not on the ground. So if we bring the private sector together, I think it's crucial. In this regard, I understand, I think, Nicola, you mentioned something about independence. So we should be independent. And sometimes when we are related to government, we have our hands tied. I know it's not easy. I remember in my first participation as a delegate from the Brazilian government, it was in Durban during the BRICS summit. And we came here, I think it was 2013. And when you come representing a delegation from the government, sometimes you cannot say everything you want to say, because you are with the flag representing the government. It's very sensitive. But although you represent the government, you should be able to say things that maybe the government doesn't want to hear. This is the independence that I understand think tanks should have. Because if it's very closed, if you are not open, how can you, again, impact the society? So independence, for me, it's fundamental and crucial. And in this regard, I understand we should be very precise in what we provide in terms of answer. And to conclude this first approach, we should have the dissemination of the research in a very amplified way. Most of the time, or sometimes, we discuss in a closed room. And what about reaching people very far away? Because the world is not that small. The world is big. I'm coming from Brazil. So Brazil is a place. Now we are hosting the G20, right, in November. And as we speak, this week, we had the T20, the think tanks together, gathered in Brazil to discuss many initiatives. But what we discussed there, I was talking in Brasilia last week, we should not have this only encapsulated in a room where people will not be involved. Of course, we cannot involve the world in one single room, but the responsibility that we have, it's so high, so big, and the influence. I'm coming back to the theme of this table. The influence of think tank, it's something that we have to consider in a very high perspective. So we should disseminate the result of our job, our research, in a way that people will be integrated. Because at the end of the day, I'm repeating myself, excuse for this. Why is the aim of research is to impact the society, to be influential to bring experiences, maybe some personal experiences, but for the benefit of the society. I stop now.
Thank you, Prof. Joao. Thank you, Prof. Joao. I totally agree with you, and for the need of having the private sector, but also I want to add one thing, the media. We should have media. And Trends, we emphasize making the articles, our knowledge more convenient to the public in terms of having like big articles in short videos for 1 minute, 2 minutes, having small, an article translated in a small poster, for example. And also having some young researcher, as you mentioned, to deliver the finding of the research. So private sector and also the media, I think, are important to disseminate the information to the public. And now I'll move to David. So the floor is yours, my friend.
Thank you so much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies. Our standard protocols are already established, because as you know, researchers love to talk, so I'd like to keep my time. I'm kidding, I won't take that long. My name is David Willimer. I am honored to be here representing the Institute for Security Studies. We are an African organization, think tank, if you may, headquartered in Pretoria, South Africa. But we do also have regional offices across the African continent, Dakar in Senegal, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, because of the African Union, in Nairobi, Kenya, and we do have other smaller branches in other countries. Our work is underpinned by our mission, which is to enhance human security in Africa and use it as a pathway to peace and prosperity for African people. So I loved what Prof was saying about impact, and that's primarily how we measure impact, the advancement of human security across the continent. And so we are guided by, and I love the perspectives of all the speakers that came before me, because we've seen the importance of think tanks being discussed. So I won't go into that. We've heard regional perspectives, but from our end, we are guided by a theory of change, which again results in that impact that we're speaking about here, and which is underpinned the role of research and analysis is the first one. So to ensure that the final product is decision makers are better informed to make human security centered policies for the benefit of Africans. We do believe in evidence-based research that underpins our work, and through that we ensure that our partners or stakeholders at whatever level, we work at national, regional, through the RICS and the African Union, as well as global levels, that our stakeholders participate and contribute to policy debates through the research findings that we use. And Prof was very right in the selfishness of researchers sometimes to influence our own personal beliefs in the research process, and that's why we truly believe in evidence-based research. And through that cycle, we come to the conclusion of better informing policymakers. And our work is also through collaborative efforts that Chairman Mandela here spoke about earlier, that is really, really crucial. But again, the continent of Africa and the Middle East are offered a very unique opportunity in something that it's a theme that has come across, the role of youth in the developmental trajectory of our continent. If we speak about Agenda 2063 and the various government frameworks that exist at different levels of governance, we are a continent that constitutes 60% youthful population of the entire population, projected to double by 2030. But how do we turn this, I believe the gentleman over here was speaking about the need to stop securitizing the youth and turn this demographic dividend to developmental dividends for youthful contribution to continental aspirations. We've seen the Arab Spring, we've seen the recent protests in Kenya, and at the root of that are young people, a group of young people that are deprived of opportunities. And so even as I sit here today among these giants of industry, I myself as a young person, I'm very happy about the perspectives that are coming through this, this conversation. And so the ISS, like I said, Human Security Centered Organization, established in 1991, predates my existence, but that's a good thing. And it was really born out of, and this is again something that we heard yesterday, out of necessity. Chairman was speaking about the conversations that were happening about how post-apartheid South Africa would look like. And so the birth of the ISS was inspired by a conversation by our founder, Dr. Yaki Silius, that he had with Dr. Chris Hani and other leaders, anti-apartheid leaders in those days. And so these conversations happened in the country of my birth, Lusaka, Zambia. So happy about that as well. And so it led to the establishment of the Institute for Security Studies in 1991, and we're guided by strategic priorities that include Africa in the world, which looks at Africa's positioning in an evolving geopolitical context. We also look at climate risk and human security as an important challenge that is shared both between the continent of Africa and the Middle East. But in that also there are several opportunities for collaboration and partnership to address some of these pressing issues. We also prioritize gender equality. We prioritize, and our work is also underpinned by transnational organized crime, as well as Africa's governance, peace, and security architecture. And so in speaking to some of the research outputs, we do produce, in terms of packaging, daily short articles, 5-minute read, called ISS Today's, which are only about 900 words, and these are republished by various media houses, the Daily Maverick in South Africa, Premium Times in Nigeria, and this is to inform public debates. But we also have tailored research outputs such as PSC reports that go directly to the PSC in Addis. We have policy briefings and other research outputs, and we also do tailored trainings to various stakeholders, as well as closed briefings and trainings. Here in Cape Town, for example, we've worked, our justice prevention program has worked with the Western Cape Police for evidence-based policing, and we work with the research units to inform their best practices that have contributed significantly to some of the best work that is being done in the province. So we have a continental footprint. We are represented by over 130 staff members across the continent, represented by over 17 nationalities. So we really work at national, regional, and continental levels to, again, coming back, human security, human security, human security. And in closing, I'd just like to reiterate something that I said yesterday, and this is a compliment to Trends for convening such an amazing roundtable discussion and for inviting the ISS to contribute to this important discussion. And it is the African proverb that if you want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go further, you go together. And I think that epitomizes how we are gathered here. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for mentioning the role of youth also and the importance of making partnership to activate the partnership with other think tanks. I want to remind everyone this is a discussion-based venue, so if you have a question, just press the button, introduce yourself, and direct the question to the audience. And allow me to start. I will ask you, Your Excellency Nikolai, I think there is two words I mentioned, I listened to you yesterday in the reception and today. The word is on fragmentation, but also there is a positive stories of some kind of trade integration between Africa and the Middle East. So I want you to elaborate more how you see the role of think tank in enhancing that trajectory of trade integration, or in some sense more partner.
Thank you for that question, and let me start a little bit further away. In the Academy, one of the things that we do is we prepare all future Emirati diplomats for the Foreign Service. And in the last couple of years, at the end of graduation of each course, I tend to give our students a presentation of the global challenges. Yeah. And when you do that, it looks very grim. You look at trade, for example. Between 2010 and 2023, the number of barriers to trade globally have increased from 250 to 2,500. You look at population shifts, you look at COVID, look at all of these rather grim tendencies. And then I finish by saying, like, you know what? It's actually a very exciting time, because of these fundamental shifts which are happening in the international system now. It is young people, middle powers, like South Africa, like Brazil, like UAE, like other countries. It is young people, middle powers, who have to navigate the complexity of this world in a new creative way. Now, I and many people of my generation are used to thinking of ourselves as the young people in the room. We're no longer the young people in the room. And we're struggling to realize that. But the young people in the room, the young diplomats, the young people who study security policy or economy or business or what have you, need to navigate this world. And it may sound dangerous to us, but it is in fact extremely exciting and challenging. Because in a world in which most of the decisions on the direction of development are taken by one or two countries, and everybody has to align to them, is a very boring world. In a world in which middle powers are able to shift their alliances and find minilateral formats of cooperation that are not just defined by the region in which the country is. All of this creates new opportunities for diplomacy, new opportunities for thinking that wasn't there. And it demands a new approach. And this new approach is perhaps one of the challenges for think tanks as well to come to grips with. And identifying what are these new opportunities, what are these new narratives that need to be understood. So yes, you know, yesterday we did speak about this briefly at the dinner. It is becoming a much more complicated environment, but it is perhaps the most exciting period for people who are interested in policy, in foreign affairs, and diplomacy, and how you navigate this environment. And again, looking at the Middle East and Africa, Africa, you know, to talk about Africa, I'm always very fearful because it's like talking about a whole planet. There's so many different aspects of it. But let's just look at it from the perspective of where we are here in the southern end of Africa and the Middle East. The opportunities for cooperation in terms of thinking of, one, how do you stitch up the collapsing multilateral order around the world? Two, how do you come up with new models of economic development that are more inclusive, that are sustainable, and that youth focus on youth. 3, how do you look at navigating the global challenge, which we all have to figure out how to navigate, the US-China technological, economic, and other difficulties. How do you develop a new multilateral system within the framework of the United Nations that actually allows for the voices and for the votes, not just the voices, but the votes of the countries that are today becoming more heavyweight in international politics to be heard. Now, these discussions, just from my perspective, and there are many, many, many other areas as well, just these discussions, there's huge potential, I think, for cooperation and for forward thinking between the southern end of Africa and the Middle East. If we go further north, many other challenges will emerge to the table. We spoke very briefly this morning about the Sahel, which faces its own challenges in terms of security and others that are affecting everyone. And again, how you deal with that from the perspective of the rest of the continent and the Middle East is both vitally important. So there go another few sets of agendas that need to be explored. So plenty of opportunities there.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And I also agree with you that a lot of people now see middle-sized power are the rule makers to some extent, and also they find some kind of other partner in the same way of thinking about the world order. Prof. Joao, you want to add anything to this discussion of Africa and Middle East? Maybe you can elaborate more about Africa and Latin America cooperation?
Yeah, when you talk about Africa, you mentioned, right, it's not easy because you have a mouth, whatever. Africa is so big. Every time I come to Africa, I see different things. You name it. I had an experience in Libya recently, and people asked me, don't go to Libya because it's not easy. And I said, I'll go there now, just because you're saying that's not easy. And I found it very interesting perspective and approach. And I saw a tangible possibility of business between Brazilians and Libyans because of the needs of the country. So when you see the perspective that the country has individually, you can see the perspective of the continent. If you go to Latin America, Brazil is a big country, South America in particularly, but we are combined with so many differences but similarities. I was last week in Argentina for a holiday. It's cold like here because I went to the south of Argentina, right? And Argentina has a new government, and the president of Argentina is different than the previous one, and he wants to change, but the country remains the same. When I went to Argentina last week, I saw a country that I founded 2 years ago. The country is still the same. So Argentina is not Brazil, as Brazil is not Colombia, so we are different. But we are integrated in our own ecosystem. We have an important issue. You mentioned about trade. Brazil started a conversation with our neighbors with the Mercosur agenda. And now we are discussing with Europe in this Mercosur European Union conversation. And sometimes it's just about time for us to sign the agreement. But something changed, and the government of country A, B, C doesn't, let's say, coordinate internally within the continent, I'm talking about Europe, to sign the agreement with us. When Europe is ready, someone in our side, they say, no, we need to review, and then this is a conversation that never ends. And why I mention this on trade? Because we have something new, which is the Africa Free Continental Trade Area, which is a big animal. How can you combine 54 countries integrated in one single agenda? I don't have the answer, but I know it's not easy. This is something that we, as researchers, should bring some lights, some vision. Because without trade, and I like what you mentioned about trade, it's very important to develop the strategies for the country. Because without trade, there is no business. We need to trade. And I like a lot the mindset of UAE in trading. Because if you go to Dubai, you have how many international organizations, international companies you have there? Yeah. Many, right?
Yeah.
So if you do not trade, if you do not exchange, there is no connection, there is no possibility for the country to emphasize its participation in the global arena. And I insist that we should do more initiatives on trade. We had a research recently in Brazil that was requested by a bank in the northeast region of Brazil, where I live. They asked us to see what's the potential for products from these regions, nine states from Brazil, to reach some African countries. So we spent 1 year doing some conversations, research, interviews, to see what products from our side could be good to be seen in the shelves of supermarkets, in the streets, and also services in the African countries, mainly in the West African countries. So if we do not consider the role of trade, the importance of trade, and if you do not use our capacity as visionaries, we cannot bring answers to the country and also benefit for the public and the society.
Thank you, Prof. Joao. And as they said, you cannot have trade unless you have peace. And trade also brings peace to any region. David, you want to add on your, or not South African, but the African perspective on trading with Middle East or with Latin America?
Of course. Thank you so much. Is this working?
Yes.
Yes, okay, great. So, way of expertise, I work on maritime security and the blue economy, so that is the approach I would take to that question. We're speaking of the Africa Continental Free Trade area, and while when you think of it as an idea, it is challenging, of course, 50 plus African countries integrating in that manner. But we also have, the continent has a very vast maritime sector. We know 90% of goods are transported by sea. And we also have inland waterways that are some of the most vast in the world. We speak of the Nile, Tanganyika, which, again, all of these are transboundary. They go through a lot of countries. And again, speaking to the vision of the UAE, massive investments in port infrastructure on the continent is very crucial. Even when we speak about the Red Sea, which separates the Middle East and Africa, Ambassador, His Excellency here was speaking about the Palestine conflict, and we've heard that recurring. But a sort of byproduct of that has been the Red Sea crisis that has diverted trade, shipping transport from the Red Sea down to the Cape of Good Hope here in South Africa. And we were never ready to handle that much shipping traffic. as the Western Indian Ocean region. And so our ports have been congested. They are, frankly, some of the worst performing in the world. And there are indices on this. So for me, that presents an opportunity to continue this collaboration as an area. If we position the Africa Free Trade Agreement as this grand vision for what continental integration would look like, and the advancement of trade, not just intra-African trade, but also with the Middle East, there is need to not only improve our maritime infrastructure, but also improve our maritime security, like you're saying, for development to be prosperous, to benefit all, there needs to be adequate security measures in place. And for a continent that is grappling with youth unemployment crisis, we haven't invested enough in our maritime sector. There is an ocean of opportunities out there, excuse the pun, but there is a lot of opportunities to engage our young people in shipbuilding, in cyber security skills, because we've seen when the port of Durban was hacked, for example, in 2021, it didn't only affect South Africa, it affected countries like the DRC, Zambia, and stopped the shipment of goods, transportation of goods up north for about 3 weeks. And you can imagine what that does to an economy, a country's economy. So for me, with a bias, an expertise bias, I would say the maritime sector is definitely an opportunity that we need to unlock. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I would like to hear from our audience. Please, feel free.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, Your Excellency, Ambassador Mahash Al-Maheli, for us to be here. And I think for me, what is very important and critical when it comes to the implementation of the AFCFTA, and also looking at working with the Middle East, I think what is very critical is to actually understand where Africa is in terms of the implementation of the AFCFTA. The challenges that are actually existing at the moment, there are. But if you look at what AFCFTA has done, is identified about 4 sectors, which is agriculture, which is pharmaceuticals, which is logistics and transport, is what my brother is saying on the maritime, and automotives as well. So if we really concentrate quite a lot on those 4 sectors, and I think the implementation of the AFCFTA would actually be much better and much easier. But also looking at where the Middle East is going in terms of the sectors that they're actually looking into, our partnerships, our corporations would work effectively. I mean, you're talking about is close to about 3.4 trillion USD. And if you look at AFCFTA, is one of the largest world trade organizations globally. So Africa is leading, and how do you make that effective? And now when it comes to a relationship with the Middle East, I was gossiping to my brother here when His Excellency was actually talking about the Gulf when it comes to research. I think for me, from even on our communities, I mean, Zonda would actually, His Excellency, agree with me. We have seen the Arab community working in a very unified manner. That's how you start. Unity is the most powerful tool that can conquer the world. So unification is very important in Africa, but the destabilization, it's wars. Stability in the continent is one of the challenges that we're definitely going to face as we move forward, talking with our cooperation agreements and even looking at the economic diplomacy strategy, your foreign policy diplomacy strategy. Those are the key drivers of corporations from people-to-people development. I'm really excited, Your Excellency Ambassador, for this powerful tool because research and development shapes the agendas of economies. But I must be honest, Africa has not yet realized what we're talking about here. Because if you look at where we are and where we are sitting in terms of the security studies, the institutions of higher learning in Africa, they are not used. Universities are not used by governments to actually drive what we're talking about, the trends, and there comes the opportunity for think tanks to enforce that relationship between governments and institutions of higher learning so that we'll be able to advance what we're talking about today. So I see a great opportunity in what we're starting, and thank you very much for trends, research, and advisory for this opportunity that will take Africa to the next level and see where do we take intra-trade. Because intra-trade is very important. I mean, it talks to your FDI as a member state. Because once there's no trade, you can't have statistics on FDI. But the last one, there's something called disaggregated data, which is something that is killing us in the continent. You'll agree with me, especially on gender issues, because if your data is punched incorrectly, because data informs policy, data informs the future, and once that is punched incorrectly in terms of research, we're not going anywhere, which means the policies and the discussions that we're engaging on would always produce what? Wrong policies in Africa. So I think that's what we need to actually concentrate on and move forward with the right accurate data so that our policies and formulation, public discourse as well. How do we engage with our communities? Because, I mean, a very good example, we saw what happened in Kenya. And the engagement of communities to understand where we are and what you are doing as governments so that we'll be able to actually drive our economic discourse and make our communities to understand. So I'm now of the view of the public discourse and how researchers must actually engage communities further so that we'll be able to actually be influential as researchers and run sustainable economies through our influence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Rish. And now, I think, closing remarks, if you have a 2-minute comment, elaborate more on ideas, please feel free. Nikolai.
I just want to pick up on the ambassador's last comment. I think it's very important to, precisely because of the context which we have, to look at, one, what are the ideas out of the box in order to be able to find solutions to the problems that exist, and they can be both in free trade or in other areas. But I think my second point is that what I would very much like to see is a much more vibrant African policy debate on the future of policy in Africa. I was recently in Rwanda just a few weeks ago, and now here in Cape Town, and with all due respect to all of us coming here from Abu Dhabi or from outside, I think it's for us to listen more to what the policy community in Africa thinks should be done than for us to tell the policy community in Africa what they should be doing. Because if I go back to my own country, I know from experience that outside advice is good only when it's welcome. If it's not welcome, you'd better not give it, because then it becomes counterproductive. And if there's anything that we I think from the UAE, from the Gulf, from the Middle East, can do to stimulate this debate within Africa so that we see African solutions. I know that's a bit of a catchphrase, but it is exactly what is needed. African solutions to problems, be they in the Sahel, be they in Kenya, be they in terms of free trade or youth integration or any other aspect of policy. I think for us, this would be extremely valuable, because then it would allow also us to learn from the African continent and see how that experience can be translated into the challenges that we need to deal with in the Middle East.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
It's not easy to get the answer in 10 minutes. But what I would like to mention is, for me to give lessons and indication of good experiences for Africans, this is not fair. Africans should be the ones that should give the answer for the continent, not us, not me, right? As Brazilian, I'm the one that should give answers for Brazil. So sometimes we think that in this room we are so big, so able to provide the answers. The answer doesn't come like this. For us to have the answer, it takes time. And maybe the answer today won't be the answer for tomorrow because the world changed. We had COVID, and COVID changed completely the paradigm of the world. So we need to be patient, and we need to be humble, because the answers are not in the palm of our hands. The combination of efforts, me, you, I mean, we have 4 people in this session. Maybe each one of us, we have our own answer. But if we put together the 4, the 5, the 10 answers, maybe we will not find one single answer because we are different, right? Yeah. So we should be able to think ahead of our time and be able to combine efforts in order for us to have the proper answer.
Thank you, Prof. Joao. Thank you. David?
No, thank you. I think for me, in response to His Excellency's remarks, yes, the challenges are many, they are there, and I'll speak a little bit about that, but I think an often ignored part of African trade is the informal sector as well. For a lot of regions, that actually contributes more to country-to-country trade than the formal sector does. So a thought there for me is, how do we ensure that those people are secure in terms of movement, in terms of their financial investments, the remittance system, and so on and so forth. And an answer to that is building the right infrastructures, physical and otherwise, and all of those things that His Excellency was speaking about. And at the ISS, our African Futures program has developed scenario modeling for what a sustainable future for Africa would look like across 14 different sectors. You speak of climate change, energy, trade, youth unemployment, which is, again, I'm really passionate about that topic. The problem also is that sub-Saharan Africa has the lowest levels of enrollment for education across different ages. And so how do we, when we speak of this opportunity that we have, we need to make the right investments to tap into the potential, the innovation, the energy of our young people. So once we put all those things as part of the equation, we are definitely going to be heading in the right direction. At the moment, everything is so siloed. We have different conversations in different little corners. Again, speaking to this, oh, we're experts in this and that and that and that, but it's not really gelling together in the way that it should. And that is a challenge that we have as a continent across different levels of governance, but it also informs some of the inconsistencies we have in global partnerships. Right now, South Africa is taking over Brazil for the G20 presidency. It's part of BRICS. It is an opportune moment to continue. I think for the first time, we had India, I think Indonesia, Brazil, and South Africa. It's an opportunity to continue this legacy of Global South leadership, to position what our common interests are in that sphere, as well as the BRICS sphere. And we're speaking about UN Security Council reform and all of those things. So I think there is room, and which is, I think, the great part about conversations like this, is that we can ask these questions, these very difficult questions, Your Excellency, and the Chatham House series, of course, and pursue some of these solutions. And so I am happy to continue this conversation in Pretoria, as well as opening the door for everyone that wants to speak more. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Distinguished guests and participants, we have now completed our first panel for today and come to the end of our discussion on the role and influence of think tank shaping policy and shaping policy. I would like to thank the panelists and also the audience for their engagement. And we will now have a break for around 30 minutes for coffee and refreshment, after which we will continue the theme of unlocking the potential of think tank with today's second panel on the organizational and policy challenging facing think tanks. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for your participation and wish you enjoyable break for networking and refreshment. Thank you.
We will now move on the second panel entitled The Organizational and Policy Challenges Facing Think Tanks. On this panel, we will be delighted to have experts from 5 different countries who will tackle this important subject. They come from Ethiopia, Ghana, Egypt, Nigeria, and the United Arab Emirates. This panel will be moderated by Ms. Sumaya Al-Hadrami, researcher and deputy head of Trends Global Sector at Trends Research and Advisory. I now invite Ms. Sumaya and the panel participants to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, panelists, and attendees. Welcome to the second panel of Trends Global Roundtable Series, Middle East and Africa, where we will focus on the organizational and policy challenges facing think tanks. As you all may know, think tanks play a crucial role in policy and shaping policy, driving innovation and addressing the complex challenges facing our societies. However, they also face significant hurdles that can impede their ability to effectively engage in the policy development process. And I'm happy that we're all here today as we delve into these challenges and explore new ideas and innovative strategies for impactful engagement. Our panel today includes esteemed experts from various regions who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience in the field of policy research and think tank management. It is my honor to introduce our distinguished speakers. I will start with Dr. Naji Al-Sayari. He's a Research and Innovation Division Director and Interim Dean of Faculty at the College of Resilience, Rabdan Defense and Security Institute, Rabdan Academy from the United Arab Emirates. And we also have Dr. Ali Isa. He's a Managing Director in the Horn of Economic and Social Policy Institute from the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. We also have Mr. Emmanuel, Director of Research, Policy and Programs, African Center for Economic Transformation from the Republic of Ghana. We have Dr. Heidi Ali, Vice Director, Center for Economics and Financial Research and Studies, Cairo University from the Arab Republic of Egypt. And lastly, we have Dr. Tayo. He's the CEO of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you all for joining us today. We are excited to hear your insights and experiences. So we will begin to speak generally about the challenges facing think tanks. And I would like to start with Dr. Naji. I want to identify the key challenges that think tanks face in the policy development process. So if you could just share your opinion and perspective on the organizational and policy challenges think tanks encounter specifically in the Middle East.
Sumaya, thank you very much for the introduction, and it's actually our pleasure to Your Excellencies, your esteemed colleagues, and respected guests. It's our pleasure to be here with the great peers from different places of these regions, from the Middle East and Africa, and all the thanks are due to Trends for organizing such an amazing meetings, which is technical more to experts and to the fields, and in such a vibrant city of Cape Town. Yes, the think tanks in the Middle East and Africa, not only in this part of the region, but also in the other part of the regions and around the world, they do face challenges. Some of these challenges ranges from organizational policy, contacting the people in policies, or something related to the operations. One of these challenges could be the funding and the financial sustainability. It is no doubt that without a sustainable source of income toward the operations, you may have some difficulties on the other side to believe on the, let's say, impartiality, whether you are neutral and your output will be not affected by any other part of of the sourcing schemes. Some of the, according to the studies conducted by the think tank and the civil society program at the University of Pennsylvania in 2022, they mentioned that 60% of the think tanks in the region, in the Middle East and Africa, they are suffering from the funding. However, this program does not exist anymore. It dissolved in 2021. But they shaded the light on certain topics, which is very important for the studies. Without the financial stability, there will not be a legitimate studies or a continuous, let's say, in other words, a continuous studies that's going to build on what's been started and without any effect and having a neutral point of view and recommendations to the policymakers. So I'm going to take a different view because my background is in academia. So I'm going to take the academic point of view, which is going to be challenges, then some sort of innovative solutions. So that's the challenge. The next point will be what will be the solutions. I'll try to put some solutions here, this is a humble solution prepared by me and through the studies we did. For example, if you would like to have a source of income, there must be some sort of initiative that will generate funds. There must be some sort of training generated by the centers, could be technical training to the executives. Some of the centers in the West, they do have that one. CSIS, they do have executive trainings. And that one will help also in providing some, not only for the training part, but also can be like an advisory reports and tying with certain private sectors companies, for example. That's one of the ways of generating the money. Consultancy will be another source as well. That could be one of the solutions, and there are many other solutions will be also provided for getting incomes, like endowments. Endowments is very, very important. If you do have a solid source of funding, like endowments, that's going to give you an independency, which is clearly pointed there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Naji. Moving forward to Dr. Ali. In your opinion, what are the major hurdles think tanks face? And in particular, I want to hear the hurdles happening in Ethiopia, if you may.
Thank you. Our distinguished participants, fellow panelists, I want to, before I go into the specifics of the Ethiopia scene, note the fact that there are a multitude of different think tanks within Africa, some government, some sponsored government institutions, other is sort of a quasi-governmental, and there are those that I consider sort of autonomous and independent in terms of existence, in terms of policy direction. I happen to be associated with one of those latter institutions. So rather than say what is the problems within Ethiopia in terms of think tanks, I would say that there are the kind of institutions that do not belong either to a government or a party or a political entity, but belong to the nation, if you will, that are autonomous and independent in terms of research they do, the advocacy, and we have this subset of research institutions have an extremely difficult time within the possibilities of having an impactful policy advice to their governments or to the continent at large. One of the other unique nature of HESPI, Horn Economic and Social Policy Institute, with a moderator, is that it's not a country-specific institution. Mm-hmm. It's a regional. We work not only within the 8 Africa, Horn of Africa sub-region, which is our focus from Sudan to Kenya, Uganda, but also continental issues. I will mention 1 or 2 of those issues that we have been trying to tackle. So now what are the key challenges that this subset of institutions face? The first and foremost, I would say it is the insecurity and instability when it occurs in the nation, host nation, or the sub-region, or even globally. The past few years have been extremely difficult because of instability in the Horn of Africa, but much more so since the conflict between the USSR and the governments, I shouldn't even say only the regime in Kiev, but also the Western nations. I'm reminded when I used to hear about sort of when the Western part of the world gets sort of sneezes, Africa catches a cold, and even something mortal, if I may say so. So these particular last few years have been extremely difficult because of the instability and insecurity, both in the sub-region and globally for the autonomous independent institutions. As the Golden Rule directs, the first order of development is peace and security. Without peace and security, everything else, policy making, good governance, increased productivity, transformation, is difficult to attain. Now, when a country faces the kind of specific cases of Ethiopia the last 2 years when the conflict Tigray and the federal government was going on, the entire focus of the nation, private sector, civil society, is how do you get sort of stability and peace. So it's very difficult to get a cross-section or policies to the government of the day. Outside of this sort of phenomena, or instability, insecurity, I would say another major challenging, I think my colleague who preceded me has already stated, is the overarching constraint of a secure, sufficient, and sustainable financial resource. This limitation affects more so, as I said, the non-governmental supported institutions like ourselves. We don't have any lifeline when we're not getting sufficient support from elsewhere for the government to support us. This is a major constraint because of the fact, not only because of the ability to carry professional researchers for a longer time, but also it's extremely difficult to even get staff for back office staff, good accountants, good administrators, good, and unless you have that sustainability of the funding, you're running into sort of stop, go in terms of what capacity or what policy advocacy one can do or research component. The lack of flexibility of funding is all-consuming, not only because of the professional, getting the professionals required, but it limits the ability to plan and execute your own research. You don't have the funds to say, I'm going to do A, B, C in the next year or 6 months and so on and so forth. Most of the work we do is dictated by what has almost become consultancy firms, demand-driven. Either you are seeking from somebody who is a grant element outside the country itself, or you're working on somebody else's dictates in terms of what capacity, irregardless of what capacity you have. Outside of that, I would say a third element or challenge that we've been confronted with is having the capacity to build relevance and credibility for our policy making. What do I mean by capacity, relevance and credibility? It is the whole relationship between the governing policy makers of the government and continent and region we are advising, and what the independent researchers are producing. There is an element of mistrust, lack of trust. I think our colleague from Bahrain sort of touched on this in his own presentation. which is if we present a case, it may be misconstrued. You know, government might sort of read it differently because you are not an inside policy maker, you are outside the government. As well-intentioned as you are, it could be conveyed as, you know, undesirable criticism, or as some say, you know, washing your, dirty linen in public, or whatever terminology governments use. That they are saying what this being institutes providing is critical. It's sort of compounding our relationships with the government itself, with the public themselves. A fourth and maybe a final component of the kind of challenges that these independent research institutions face is what I consider the policy uptake or influence, not only in terms of the government itself, but having the ear of the civil society, having the private sector, unlike, I would say, most Western countries. The think tanks have either the civil society on their side, or they have the, private sector per se. The kind of policies, whether we're talking about taxation or we're talking about, good governance in terms of using the resources of the country to the best advantage. So in our case, I think that has already been difficult to create a civil society that's educated, that's minding the business, or being an ally of the independent institutions. One last thing that we were engaged in the Horn of Africa is this element of enlightened, educated civil society that will be in collaboration and cooperation, get our policies sort of disseminated even to a wider audience. I'm going to stop here in terms of what the challenges are, but what could be done, I think maybe we will take it in the next round.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Ali. And it seems from your talk that the main reason here is the lack of security and stability in the region. This, affects capacity building, skills, funding. I would say it would be the most prominent challenge there, and also the access to policymakers to make change and to make impact in the application of these policies. Thank you so much. Excellent insights. Let's go now to Mr. Emmanuel. Could you elaborate on the challenges faced by think tanks in Ghana and how they impact policy engagement?
Thank you very much. Let me dwell on the protocols already observed. And to add to what Prof just said, there are different types of think tanks in Ghana. Each of them have our own issues. But let me divide into two: internal to the organization and external. In terms of internal to the organization, your strategic positioning is very critical. You have a very diverse range of stakeholders, government, private sector, academia, and all that. So how do you want them to see you? That determines how they accept you and the extent to which they listen to what you have to say. So for ASSET, for instance, we are into economic transformation research. We have positioned ourselves as critical friends, and we are apolitical critical friends. So whether it's party A or party B in power, we don't take sides politically. Data is data. What the data said, it doesn't matter whether you're in party A or party B. Hunger is hunger, poverty is poverty, inequality is inequality. The data tells a story. So we come from that neutral objective, and we are critical friends. So we are not your political opposition. We are not financed by the West to overthrow government. We are critical friends. Now, as a friend, you don't shut the door in the face of a friend. So it gives us a foot in the door and gives us access all the time. The other thing that we also ensure is that you have a unique value proposition that adds value to what government does. So what you represent and what you do and what knowledge products are you generating? Is this something government can use? So you link it closely to the challenges, development challenges of the country you're in or whichever scenario you're looking at. Now, in so doing, we work in an ecosystem where we work with government from the start. So we start with government sector stakeholder engagement workshops or meetings, and also non-public sector actors as well, like civil society, private sector, all of it. But then we get government to be part of the design of the project. And right from the start, they tell us what they need from this particular study. These are the policy challenges we have. This is what we'd like to find out from the findings when you are done. So before you even finish, they are waiting for it because they need, so for instance, in Zambia right now, there's going to be a budget statement in September. They are waiting for the findings of the country economic transformation outlook because we worked with government from the start. So one key approach is to get government involved in what you do, part of the design right from the start, as well as the ecosystem of institutions that you work with, or stakeholders that you work with. The other thing that that helps us a lot is to address the policy challenges that government has directly. Some of them are not internal, some of them are external. Like we have things like the fiscal distress. How do you get most countries under serious fiscal distress? Post-COVID, we need to build forward better. You have issues like climate finance, and you have other global issues like reforming the global financial architecture. The AU now has a seat in the G20, which gives Africa a voice on the global platform. Now, how do think tanks in Africa rally around that position? It's a brilliant opportunity to get the global community to pay attention to Africa's issues as advocated by Africans themselves. So in ASSET, we stress on African solutions to African problems. We take the African perspective to the world. The global financial architecture reform, we need some more seats. The AU G20 is good. We need some more seats, probably on the IMF, the special drawing rights issue through the African Development Bank to help finance development in Africa, and climate finance issues. So there are a number of issues that are relevant to the continent that you link your research to, because the African policymaker is waiting for the findings. So it all comes down to compatibility of what you do, your value proposition, your value addition, and how relevant it is to what the African policymaker does. And having such a broad, a diverse regime of stakeholders, how you also communicate what you do is very important. You have academics who are interested in what you're doing. You have research institutions who are interested. You have civil society. You have the private sector. And you have government. Now, each of them they have different expectations, and they require different outputs from you. Government needs a policy brief. Academia wants a journal article, peer-reviewed, civil society, awareness creation, socializing findings at a community level. So you engage and communicate in diverse, different ways, and that's very relevant. But there are two challenges I'd like to touch on. One of them is the stop-start nature of African governments. We have, as part of our electoral cycle, the longest the government can do is 8 years, right? Now, when we don't have an apolitical long-term development agenda, so when governments change, development plans change. National development plans change. New king, new law, new crowd, new plan. So whatever you were doing in the previous government, no matter how good it is, goes through the window. Funding wasted, research effort wasted. Sometimes, if you're lucky, you can go back to the new government and start from square one, as my grandmother would say. You start from square one, and then you start building up. But there's a big challenge. So the countries keep moving in circles, and if you are not careful, you also end up joining the merry-go-round with them as well, because everything keeps changing around you. The other thing is, the last thing, let me touch on this, is changing donor interests. We are funded by a very broad range of international organizations. We work with IMF, World Bank, Regional African Development Bank, OECD, EU, all of them. And as their funding interests change, you find that think tanks are forced to also adjust. And that can shift you from your core area of research expertise, because you're chasing the money. As my colleague said, what brings the money is what you do. So you need to be very firm on what you do, what your specialization is, what your value addition is, and what your unique value proposition is, so that you don't lose your relevance to the space in which you are. Let me stop here.
Thank you so much. Excellent insights. And I really liked when you stressed about being, I would say, being proactive, because that's what we do at Trends. We're always proactive. We always give the solution before the problem happens, so that when the stakeholders come to us, we're ready. This is going to happen, and this is the solution. No need to worry, no need to stress. So I believe that think tanks' role is very crucial in that area. You need to be proactive. You need to be always ready to help, either it's the public, private, or the government sector. And I remember our conversation before coming on panel with also Dr. Tayo about educating the community and the public about the changing happening between, I would say different countries, different policies that we would like to see brought up on the table. That's a big part in making policy engagement or policy advice much easier for governments and for new leaders ruling the countries. Let's move on now to Dr. Heidi. Dr. Heidi, how do think tanks in Egypt navigate the organizational and policy landscape to remain effective?
Okay, thank you, Sumaya. Thank you for all the points you mentioned. I believe that the challenges we face in our center are not very much different than the points they mentioned. I will be specific and focused on four main areas of challenges. The first one is communication and policy-making engagement. The challenge here lies in the ability to translate and transmit research outcome into actionable policy recommendations that could be effectively adopted by policymakers, in addition to bridging the gap between policymaker on one hand and research on the other hand. Furthermore, even after successful communication, the challenge remains in the ability of policymakers to actively implement those policies given real-world constraints, whether they are economic considerations, competing priorities, or external constraints. This limited policy adoption creates a sense of discouragement among research centers. The perception that research is not translated into a real change can hamper the enthusiasm to develop further studies and potentially lead to a disconnection between research and policymakers. This is the first point. The second point is networking and collaboration. There is often insufficient collaboration among research centers, whether across the region or internationally. This may be due to a combination of factors, the most important of which is, on one hand, bureaucratic obstacles. We all face red tape and administrative procedures, which make it very difficult when we come to agree on joint projects. On the other hand, there is also lack of standardized practices and common research methodologies, common analytical tools, and common methodologies of data collection. This can hamper the effective collaboration and communication among research centers. The third point is limited awareness and visibility. We have to admit that we are still in developing countries limiting the necessary online platform tools and resources that could effectively allow the sharing of knowledge, of expertise, and the diffusion of knowledge. Moving to the third challenge, the third challenge could be tight budgets. Tight budgets limit the scope of detailed research. It's not only about tight budgets, but it's also the issue of sustainability. It is often very difficult to secure long-term source of finance for our projects. This indeed affects the depth and the seriousness of our research and the ability to develop strong institutional base. The fourth point could be also data access and quality. Access to reliable data, particularly government data on sensitive topics, is difficult. On the other hand, collecting high-quality primary data is both time-consuming and expensive, while access to international data sets, which include our dream of massive economic indicators, are often cost-prohibitive for individual research centers as well for the university as a whole. Those are the main challenges, but it's not enough to say the challenges. Most importantly is to mention the solution. We believe that addressing challenges could be made much more easier through collaboration, and here comes the benefits of our communication here today. Again, I will be specific and mention 5 main areas of solution to address those challenges. The first one is the establishment of a regional think tank network. This regional think tank network could work on joint research projects among research centers and think tanks in the region, developing detailed studies on areas, for example, related to economics or finance. This is the area of expertise of our center, as well as building the research capacity and enhancing the capabilities of researchers across different research centers. The third point of possible action of the regional network is exploring joint funding opportunities from international donors and organizations. Moving to the second recommendation, it is developing an online platform tool that can work to share best practices related to data collection, communication strategies, as well as fundraising opportunities. It can also work on providing technical services to beneficiaries and researchers, whether in the form of online courses, consultancy services, or data analysis. The third area of possible recommendation could be building on the expertise of our center in the area of migration, having our MRU, our Migration Research Unit. We can take the lead in initiating a regional network of migration, given the importance of the topic of migration in the region. This network could work on conducting studies related to migration and its related topics, as well as providing policy and recommendations to guide the effective implementation of migration strategies across the region. The fourth point is developing an AI observatory that can work as a central hub for data, for expertise. It can work on forecasting and simulating different economic models, building complex economic models, and evaluating the impact of different economic policies now and in the future. We can work also on advocacy campaigns and policy engagement. We need to conduct detailed and targeted policy campaigns to raise the awareness of research findings among the public as well as among policymakers, in addition to conducting workshops, briefings to directly engage policymakers to discuss the implications of the research findings among the public and create the sense of belonging, so that can help in further closing the gap between the policymakers and the public on the other side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Heidi. And I liked your idea or recommendation of having an online tool that shows best practices that could be shared among all think tanks throughout Middle East and Africa. And we are hopeful that this is the start, and this event could be leading to that project, inshallah, with the help of all the think tanks here. And also, you have touched on the, creating campaigns to include the public and to educate the public about the research findings. And I remember, Dr. Naji, we had a conversation at the hotel lobby, and you mentioned that simplifying maybe the findings of research so that everyone feels involved and everyone feels like they're part of policy-making process. And I really stress on that, and I really like that idea, and I think we should all try to support it as think tanks and private, public, and the government sector. Thank you so much, Dr. Heidi. Let's now move on to Dr. Tayo. I would like to know what are the primary challenges for think tanks in Nigeria, and how do these challenges differ from or align with other think tanks in the region?
So I think there are a couple of external challenges that we face in Nigeria and maybe across the world that maybe have not been mentioned. The first being the challenge of the policy agenda. As think tanks, we basically are strategically positioning ourselves to solve very specific problems. And a lot of times how those agendas are set in our countries matter, especially if we position ourselves as national think tanks, regional think tanks, or Pan-African think tanks. And so it's important that a think tank decides on this point that Emmanuel raised on how they will be strategically positioned within the national, regional, and Pan-African ecosystem. Once you've decided, for example, about how you will enter the policy agenda, Then comes big issues with finance. There are two types of mandates a think tank could have. You could have unfunded mandates. In other words, the founders of the think tank have set ideals about what the think tank should do, but there's no money backing it. And you could have funded mandates. In other words, the founders of the think tank have set a mission and mandate for the think tank and has funded it. The Nigerian Economic Summit Group is a 30-year-old think tank with some funded mandates. So in 1993, we were formed by a partnership between the public and the private sector, and seed endowments were put down by the private sector to form the core think tank model and operation. That model is sustained by an internal economy of membership subscriptions on an ongoing basis. So at the minimum, we have funded mandates for very specific flagship programs. The number one flagship program, for example, for the Nigerian Economic Summit Group is the Nigerian Economic Summit. It's Nigeria's highest economic policy platform. It convenes the president, the entire cabinet, all of parliament, the 36 governors of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the top 300 businesses of the private sector. So really, when we meet, there's a sense that Nigeria meets. At least the political, business, and civil society elite are gathered. That answers, for example, the mandate question. Now, within the mandate question comes the second challenge. Biggest challenge in Nigeria is the politics of policy itself. When we are done with the research and the evidence, we are clear that sometimes the evidence and what it speaks to is not politically feasible or politically acceptable. And by the way, we have, as a think tank, we've operated through 1993 to 1999, we were under military rule. So we went through President General Ibrahim Babangida, General Abacha, General Abdul Salam, and then we moved into democracy in 1999, and we were under General Obasanjo from 1999 to 2007, under President Yar'Adua, Jonathan Buhari, and now Tinubu. So we've been through also multiple presidential transitions, and here's what we have found. The stop-start cyclic behavior of short-tenured politics plays a role in policy agendas. So you start an agenda, you've invested 8 years of research and advocacy, and a new political party comes into power and the agenda shifts, right? And with that shift comes a shift in reform priorities. Now, the big question is when we are dealing with a mandate that we are not funded for, we must look elsewhere. In looking elsewhere, we found that you must have a revenue model for unfunded mandates. This comes from some of the areas that I think that Dr. Naji had mentioned, so consultancies, restricted and unrestricted donor support. So we are heavily funded by donor support. We are somewhere around $5 million worth of donor support a year on specific, what we call non-funded mandates. But non-funded mandates are not easy. They also require that you understand what the economic, social, and political globals are thinking about, and how that applies both in the country and in the region, and find the alignment. We have found that finding the alignment has a few opportunities, but challenges. The first challenge is sometimes there's a disconnect between national politics, regional politics, and global politics. So let me take one example that we started to discuss this morning, the African Continental Free Trade Area. We've supported at national level the development of a national trade policy for Nigeria for 30 years. So we kind of know where Nigeria is in terms of its national trade policy, its terms of trade, its volume of trade, and where we should go next. But Nigeria has signed on to this, to an ECOWAS framework, where ECOWAS economic integration in West Africa is moving at a different pace. Sometimes what happens is that the politics of national trade policies is disconnected from this regional policy, and then there is a conflict. So the EU, for example, gave us some money to fund some trade policy reform conversations, and that entire project a few years ago ran into the national politics of trade, where, of course, if you remember, ECOWAS disagreed with the EU on the EU partnership agreements. As ECOWAS, I think the consensus was also disagree, and that ended that entire project. So sometimes with funding, you have to pay attention to funded mandates being misaligned by the actors at national, regional, and Pan-African. And this is something that over the years we have developed some stomach on how to manage it. I'm insensitive to it. For us, a big challenge is how think tanks are viewed by the publics. The first publics for a national think tank is its citizens. We find that we have to actively reintroduce ourselves to every generation of citizens. And this is something that is an ongoing activity because it's easy for think tanks to be called talk shops. As many of you might have heard already, you've been called your countries, because it's viewed as spaces where we are doing more of ideation and knowledge synthesis rather than solving problems that are executed. To deal with this problem, the NESG has built 4 pillars of our work. So we have a pillar called Dialogue Partner, where all the talk shop happens, as we call it. Now, once all the talk shop has happened, right, we have a second pillar we call Watchdog. This is where we use the evidence that went into the dialogue to now hold all stakeholders accountable. I find that the Nigerian citizens like the watchdog and do not like the dialogue partner. But what we are finding is increasingly as the competition for ideas brings think tank ideas to the surface, countries and policymakers that want to implement start to ask us to go beyond the recommendations. So in the last decade, the annual request from government actors to support in terms of technical assistance to implement a recommendation we've made has gone from one ministry, I think as of this morning, maybe I have 17 ministries of the 40 ministries in Nigeria at federal asking for technical assistance, and of the 36 states in Nigeria, I have technical assistance to half of them. Now, I wasn't set up to be an implementer originally, but this is another challenge, that it's possible as a think tank that you will evolve based on the demand of the publics you deal with. And so we have seen ourselves move from dialogue partner, like I said, we've sustained our summits for 30 years. Watchdog, we have sustained a scorecard on the Nigerian economy for 30 years, to where the demand side, the political demand side is now saying, right, stop talking think tank, come and help us execute. Now in executing, you go into a very different space, because as a think tank, if you go into execution, you kind of start to behave like part of government if you're not careful. And so we've had to become thoughtful as to creating the mechanisms for execution, which creates a buffer between us and government, the executioners. And that has been something interesting to watch, something we call our intervener model. Now, intervener model allows us to buffer the think tank's independent thinking from the execution that must happen in government. That has been very tricky, but that has been one of the more salient challenges we have faced. In closing, I think some of the things to thoughtfully think about when we discuss think tanks and our challenges is the capabilities of yesterday for a think tank will not be the capabilities of tomorrow. So some strategic foresight is required in looking at each country context. You know, so for example, I know ASSET, when it started, you know, built a model in a certain way that has for the Economic Transformation Index. But with the demand from countries to do the outlook, ASSET is likely spending more of its time in the country level outlook rounds, you know, beyond the index, and that is likely to grow. So it's important that a think tank thinks about what are the future capabilities and that will be demanded from both the mass publics and the policy publics. I think that there are at least 4 buckets to think about. Think about the financial capital, funded and unfunded mandates, and build a specific line of sight to both. We have a large endowment that we replenish every decade. This allows beyond the donor and membership support for us to really do some big fundraising. from publics that think our work is important. Two is leadership capital. If you're going to be a think tank for the longer term, you have to think about succession. So how do you build the experts of today and the experts of tomorrow? We found that because we're an economic think tank, that a pipeline of really great economists means fellowships, research programs, internships at university, training. It becomes a range of partners. The third is network capital, which is kind of why I'm excited to be here. Think tanks cannot grow by themselves. We need a network of relationships with other think tanks. We need social capital that comes from being able to flex beyond our local contexts at regional and Pan-African, and networks like this, and thank you so much, Trends, again, and the leadership for pulling us together, help in making that happen. Network capital is crucial because it defines not just the present, but the future possibilities. The last is information capital. And I think our colleagues have alluded to data. Think tanks must have strategic foresight, not just in how data is shaped today, but how data will be shaped tomorrow. So at the NESG, for example, as planning Nigeria's future, 2050, and by the way, we partnered with ISIS here in South Africa. Their future study was an input into Nigeria 2050 futurology studies. We started to ask, what is the data we are not seeing about the future? So a national data accountability framework can be very useful for think tanks at a national level to pull the data wherever it's sitting in the country. And if there's a gap, that gap becomes one of those funded mandate opportunities to go forward. I think these are the things I would like to stop at for now, but thank you again for this opportunity, and it's to be part of this great network capital that is building here in the lovely Cape Town.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tayo. Although I'm going to keep you still speaking, because I would still want to know more about how think tanks in Nigeria navigate the complexity of policy engagement. This is in terms of access to policy makers. So you told us that think tanks now have to be very adaptable to the needs and political demands. Now, you don't have to just see yourself as a think tank, so it's more of like an action tank. So that's a new challenge, as you said, that you have to delve deep into. Does think tanks in Nigeria have challenges in accessing policymakers? I just want to hear more about that.
That's a great question. The answer is yes and no. So yes, all think tanks have an access problem because the nature of the reformer in office part-time determines the level of access, something we call a window. We look at access as windows of opportunity that can close and open. We believe think tanks should be stewards of reform windows when they open. So how think tanks engage depends on the level or the window dynamics. If you have a willing reformer where there's a political demand for the knowledge the think tank has, we call that a willing reformer, and the window is open, right? If that's the case, you don't have a problem. Your problem is supply, right? Now, if you have a window and the window is closed and what you're saying is not needed, you have a different problem. Your problem shifts the think tank from supply to information, education, advocacy, right? Now, the levels of advocacy required to create access to policymakers and political actors when the door is closed is a combination of several things. Political mobilization requires that you understand how political decisions are made. So there's something in Nigeria where we do called the political power mapping exercises. So we actually have multiple maps for everything. How do you influence trade in Nigeria or in Africa? How do you influence security decisions? So for example, we're having a conversation last night about ECOWAS and our unique problems with our three neighboring brothers. And we had to start to ask ourselves, how else do you reach Mali, Chad, Niger, Burkina, and countries that we felt could pot into a new block, right, beyond the governments? So that's an active process of mapping access, right? Now, once you've identified where the influence points are, and sometimes the influence points is not the policymaker, is an institution or other actors around the policymaker, we start this active process of cultivation, okay? Policy cultivation requires bringing these actors into different rooms and, you know, going through a fertilization period of incubating. On the average, when a door is closed, it's taking us about 5 to 7 years to open when a policy door is closed. So let me give you an example. When the NESG presented a privatization plan to General Abacha in 1995, he walked us out of the room. It was a bad idea. It was an idea where the political ideology of the time did not even favor the mentioning of the term privatization. Now, we continued to engage President Abacha, even when he said no, you know, we found things he wanted to win at. And supported those things. So we supported the development of General Abacha's Vision 2010, for example. And as he won on the things he wanted to win at from a policy point of view, his team was more willing to come back to look at other things that we had said. We did not get to open window from privatization until 1999, when President Obasanjo came. When President Obasanjo came, we proposed pension reforms in 1999. He basically said, you really want the private sector to take all our savings and steal it? No, never. It took 4 years of showing models, bringing back scenario benchmarks from other countries, allowing President Obasanjo to visit with countries where the pension funds were working, to bring him along. And in 2004, he by himself called for the proposals and executed pension reforms in a record 8 months. So the truth is, this windows of access is not a magic wand, it's a careful, incremental process where we are building trust on both sides, and trust is crucial between think tanks and policymakers, especially in the space where there's a politics of policy. Most leaders in Africa want to be sure that you're not being paid to execute an agenda outside their agenda. That's there's a big distrust between who's really speaking, you know? The voice of Jacob, the hand of Esau. Who's really speaking when think tanks speak is important to African leaders. And you must build that trust as a think tank. So I think that it's incremental. It is not one size fits all. Context really matters from country to country. But the hard work is understanding your people, understanding your leaders, understanding that if they say no, sometimes no means I don't hear trust the process, trust the data, trust the engagement, and then work through that process. And I think that's how we win. So access is hard. I keep telling people what looks easy. So sometimes, you know, when we have visitors, I think we had from the UAE, some of your ministers visit the summit, and it looks like a total shock that the president is sitting right beside all the business leaders, and all the business leaders are saying what they like. But people forget that that space has been created over 3 decades of facilitating relationships, and time matters. In 3 decades, we've proven to the country and its people that we're not here for the private sector, we're not there for the political interest, we're there for the citizen interest. And so the more the citizen trusts that process, the very likelihood that we'll become more sustainable and access will come, you know, more easily than harder.
Thank you, Dr. Tayo. So we can confidently say that the key word here is building trust. It's a slow process, it's going to take a long time, you know, a few years, but definitely think tanks will get there eventually. Thank you so much. Let's get back to Dr. Naji. We would like to know the strategies that are employed by think tanks in the UAE that should be used to effectively engage with the policy-making structure.
Okay.
Thanks for the questions, actually interesting questions. The think tanks in UAE is no difference from the think tank around the world. To get effective studies, let's say, and feedback from the policymakers, you need to get some sort of channels. It depends on the way of how you're going to do the studies. Is the studies need to get a closed door discussions and find out what are the studies going to be? The disseminations will not be in public, will be directly from the room of the studies or the experts directly to those who ask for that study. And that's also take the points of the strategic partners. If you do have strategic partners, you're working with them closely, the feedback or the questions coming from them can be directly to you as a think tank. As you would like to expand and solicit more inputs, you need to get some sort of a public engagement like conferences, getting some sort of special dinners, and inviting the ambassadors and also some of the decision makers or policy decision makers to find out what are the hot topics that need to be tackled and studied. And then you get that studies, which is going to go to the policymakers, and to get the channels open with the policymakers, we need to understand the language. One of the points that were covered by our colleagues here in the panel was, and you emphasize on that one, it's the way how the result will be conveyed to the policymakers. We need to be not purely academic. The thorough study will depend on certain pillars of the studies, which is going to take the theory type, and the study will be more into a language which is theoretical and academic. That might be sometimes not in the timeline with the needs of the policymakers. They need a study which is going to be fast. They need recommendations, clear recommendation, which is right to the practical point of view. They can go and just practice it. They don't want to go and understand what the theory is going to be and how to practice it. Once they found that the output of your think tank, I think you will be one of the think tanks on the top list. Trusted. For them, trusted, and and that's going to get us actually to one of the challenges which I was planning to cover it actually in the second round, but I see all my colleagues here covered more than one topics. It was actually the trust will depend on how we're going to measure the impact of the studies. Yeah. Measuring the impact of the study of the think tank, it's not an easy task. If you go and ask, we did actually some sort of homework before we established our think tanks. We asked many of the well-known think tanks in the United States about how you measure your impacts. Mm-hmm. One of the cases was the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS. Mm-hmm. They mentioned that one of the methods, they created some sort of a matrix, which is quantitative and qualitative methods, to track the output of their studies. They found out who's going to take that studies. Is it going to go to the Congress? Yeah. And who's the name? By the way, they would like to see the people viewing it. And by the social media, they do have names, so they can view how many people they're going to see it. Is there an impact later on? Mm-hmm. Because that's impact. If you maintain a high impact, you will get the trust. And I think that's just tying to the first point which we were talking about. Hopefully, we will work together as think tanks to find some sort of ranking. Not only on the only hope was the one in Pennsylvania, which is dissolved. It's gone now, yeah. And there might be, like the universities, they do have QS and time hires and many kind of US rankings, and Shanghai, something to names just. Mm-hmm. We would like to have something close to that. I want to do a ranking for the think tanks. So the competency will stay in place, mm-hmm. and people will understand where is the point. They will put more efforts to attract policymakers.
So if they're walking on the right track or not, that's a very good approach. Actually, it just keeps think tanks, or just like stay away from wasting time on on projects or demands that are very maybe unnecessary at the time or at the moment. So measuring impacts of studies and demands from different stakeholders, I think it's a very great idea, Dr. Naji, and we're hopeful to maybe work together on that, inshallah, very soon. Let's move on to Dr. Ali. I would like to know more about the barriers to policy engagement for think tanks in Ethiopia, and how do these barriers get overcome in that part of the world?
Well, let me take I think the approach of Dr. Tayo, our colleague here, which is to say, what I think is necessary and absolutely important is to have this element of sort of mistrust and questioning avoided in terms of being with clarity what the mission and mandate of any particular institution is. In our case, I think what we've been trying to put in place is this kind of in-house route from government-owned, government institutions advising government on policy is not likely to work for the continent at large. What I think, in terms of mandate and mission is trying to innovate, and we're not the only one. My colleague here, Asad, is again another one that's dealing with issues of continental interest. It's obvious that there are cases, and I can enumerate half a dozen of those. Right as we sit here now, we're dealing with another debt sustainability issues in many African countries. And instead of these countries working in silos or sort of going to the Paris Club approach or going to sort of individual countries for debt relief and debt, what we need is a mechanism to have a continental voice. It's not only that, sustainability issue. You can pick out climate change. I mean, this continent is one of the most affected. We heard about the Sahel. I'm more familiar and closer to the Horn of Africa. We have hundreds of people annually that are either dying of floods or dying of, droughts or on. And those kind of issues don't need HESP, don't need asset, don't need a third or fourth institute. They need a continental approach. Right. And unless we get to that stage and not only find a mechanism to put that across to competitors and comparators and partners, but find a way of funding it. If we wait for the West or the East, East usually doesn't fund much research. But most of the people who have an interest to fund, is the Western countries, Western institutions. And inevitably, what they want to do, that kind of sensitive research. What is Africa's interest in this? What is its position vis-a-vis, on trade or on debt relief or SDR allocation or, I can on and on and on. Normally, you end up seeking advice from the same Western countries, the World Bank and the KPMGs and you name. You all know the four-letter words. And the only way we're going to avoid that is if we're going to have an opinion and a position as a continent to build from the base up, find the right sort of research expertise, find the right type of sourcing of funds. As an institution, I get a couple of grants from, Oxford Policy Management, or eventually there's going to be a word saying, well, this is funded by XYZ, and they are the voice of that institution. So I have no credibility. If I get 2 or 3 grants tomorrow I haven't got much from the Middle East, but if I do, I might be hearing something similar. Or he's a mouthpiece for these countries or these interests. I can go on and on. But I think the message I'm trying to get to deliver to myself and colleagues and our governments is we need to work on our strengths. And instead of a position taken by one institute or two, let's see if we can get the African think tanks, either continental basis or regional basis, put their forces, intellect, capacity together to represent a position that's saleable and that you can deliver at the end of the day. I'm not going to go on and on and on, but I think the message is very clear. We have to do it for ourselves, including the source of funding that we are constantly complaining about. I'll stop here.
So so you're saying that the change has to happen from within. Yeah. I do agree 100%. Maybe we shouldn't allow others to tell Africans or what to do and how to think and what actions they should take. Thank you so much, Dr. Ali. Moving to Mr. Emmanuel. Just like Dr. Tayo has mentioned, the challenges in accessing policymakers, I would like also to know and hear more about that and how it's happening in Ghana.
So, can you hear, is it working? Okay, so one key strategy that has worked for us is to work in an ecosystem of a number of think and do tanks, research institutions, academia, private sector, and other key stakeholders. So it doesn't become like one person struggling to get government's attention. In that way, the messaging is consistent. Because you have instances where one organization says industrial policy action plans are bad, drop it. Other one says they are good, develop one. So you see a complete contrast there, and the policymaker becomes confused, which is which. So we try to work with other organizations, and we keep a very broad network of think tanks and academia, research institutions, civil society, stakeholder, National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Manufacturing Sector Association. So both the practitioners and the researchers, so it's very useful. The second thing, which is quite difficult, is aligning your research cycle to the policy cycle. It's very difficult. So we found a way around it. It's to include government in the research design. So when government is part of the design, government especially is part of the design. Private sector, you can get them to listen. Much easier to get private sector than to get government. And government is more stubborn than the private sector and society. So getting government to be part of the design right from the start. This is what we intend to do. What are your policy needs in this area? What would you like to see in this study? What do you think we should focus on? Now, apart from just Ghana, every country, we work in our research covers about 30 African countries. There are 54 countries. We're only able to cover 30 because of data availability challenges. Right. And in each country that we work, we have a country engagement model where we have an in-country research institution that we work with. Now, the essence is to ensure ownership, 100% ownership, that the country takes up the research, lobbies the stakeholders on the ground in that country, and work with them as part of an ecosystem. So the ecosystem approach is very critical in the work that we do. And then also to get government to be part of the design in that country as well, right from the start. So government becomes we form what you call a core group, and that core group includes government. And we implement the project with this core group, including government, throughout the work plan. So if at any point in time, government doesn't like where it's going, sometimes if you are owned by government or government has too much influence, they'll tell you, want you to say the glass is full, not the glass is empty. Half full, not half empty. So that political influence is also mitigated because of the ecosystem approach that we use. But getting government to be part of the design is very critical. It makes you, the other advantage is that you also get to know what government has in mind, what government intends to do when, so that you know how to time your work even more precisely once government is involved. That's one thing that's helped us a lot. Now, beyond, as Dr. Tayo said, besides just the domestic and the regional, you also have the global platform as well. We do research, policy advisory, and advocacy. In our advocacy work, we try to rally a common African voice along certain topical issues that are important to the continent. So that's what we do, that we get the common Africa position. Africa is very, we mention Africa as if it's one country. Africa has 54 very heterogeneous states. But for certain issues like fiscal sustainability issues or the climate change issues, we are affected across board. Nobody is exempted. Everybody suffers it. We account for just less than 4% of global house gas emissions, but then we bear the brunt of climate change much, much worse than anybody else in terms of droughts, floods, cyclones, typhoons that affects our food production, food security, all that. So those are like common things that everybody suffers from. Now, for those common things that is common to all of us, we need to rally some common Africa position. So we have to rally African voices around certain specific positions what the continent needs. But for issues where we are very diverse and different from each other, we also recognize the heterogeneity. There's a very broad level of heterogeneity on issues among ourselves. So whilst you're pushing for a common Africa position, we also try to recognize that we are also different in some ways. In that common Africa position, there has to be, the heterogeneity of the content must be also recognized as well. So these are some of the examples that we do, yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel. I can see that we're very restricted on time, so I would like to give each speaker a 2-minute time slot to maybe give some comments or feedback on 2 challenges that I think are very important to highlight, which are skills and capacity building, funding, and if you still want to delve on access to policy makers and the management of policies in general. So maybe we can go to Dr. Heidi if you want to comment on that, and then we can move again forward.
Okay. Thank you, Sumaya. I have been thinking of a way to wrap up the challenges together with the recommendations, focusing on 2 main challenges, just like you mentioned. I sought to make a match between the challenges and the recommendations, saying which recommendation can fit with which challenge. For example, the recommendation of establishing a regional think tank network, this could effectively work with 3 challenges of which I have mentioned. One related to limited resources and funding, the other is the communication and policy making engagement, and the third one is the collaborating and network. By having a regional think tank network, we can effectively address those 3 main challenges. The other recommendation related to exploring joint funding opportunities, it can be related to the issue of tight budgets as well as sustainability. By securing a long-term finance from international organizations, donors, in cooperation with our collaborating organizations, we can help through the issue of funding. And finally, having an online platform tool can help very much with data access and quality, allowing to share best practices related to best data collection techniques, data analysis, as well as communication strategies.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Dr. Tayo, if you can.
Sure. I think I want to close with 2 issues. One is, ultimately, think tanks, at least on the continent and in the Middle East, it seems, must be better at forcing the convergence of politics, policy, and ideas to deliver outcomes for our peoples and the future. That would require that we continuously build some specific capabilities. One is great world-class outputs that rival our peers in the global north. Of course, that requires data capacity, research infrastructure capacity development, and leadership development. The second is we must become really, really phenomenal at helping our countries execute. And most African countries are at different stages of state capacity. So I would really encourage think tanks to pay attention to what's the state capacity level or profile of my country, and how can we really help, right, to rally the knowledge networks in our countries to close that gap. My experience in traveling and working in 14 countries in Africa, is that we are not all in the same place. And so this is where being contextual in how you're building out both the strategy and the rollout of your programs is useful at the country level. Now, when we discuss regions, I was saying to Dr. Ali that regional economic communities are also not at the same places in terms of economic integration. We're having a conversation this morning. But the truth is, Africa has 8 main regional economic communities. We are all at different phases of economic integration. In fact, the South African development community is way behind the Eastern community and the Western community in terms of integration. This has an effect on how the regions deal with a Pan-African conversation, and we must take that into cognizance. So regional think tanks should, again, pay attention to the stage of the evolution of the regions and come along with solutions that help the regional integration and development go further. I think when we do that, then, Dr. Ali's point about the Pan-African conversation or the big regional conversations will happen more easily. When we get together currently, the challenge is if you're on page 1, I'm on page 7, and you start a page 10 conversation, nothing's going to happen.
True. That's very true.
So thank you.
Thank you so much. So let's come back to Dr. Naji. If you just want to talk a little bit about skills and capacity building. I know that you have touched upon funding, so let's just focus on skills.
Okay. The skills are actually very important topics. It's actually one of the major challenges that the think tanks face is the turnover rate, which means you invest. It's actually one of the nightmares for the think tanks is to retain their skilled, talented researchers. So if there will be some common, let's say, organizations or an establishment that will look after the developments of the skills of these certain think tanks and ensure that the level of competency between them within a certain level, that will give some sort of insurance for avoiding the moving of the talented and skills from one place to another place. Putting more efforts on the development plans and the capacity building of the think tank itself, it's an important actually rules and good investment within the think tank to ensure the retention of keeping the talented. And I think one of the main ideas which will overcome this problem is to have some common understanding between the think tank centers of sharing some of the think tanks, for example, if we would like to, and having some sort of mentorship programs to have some new fellows to go and spend some time in other think tanks in other regions to learn the cultures, to learn the way how the other people deal with the problem. That's going to improve their skills, and they will bring it back, say, home and improve their own think tanks. That's a sum up for
brilliant idea, and I think maybe we should start with that. Since Trends has, the resident and non-resident fellows, maybe we could also collaborate locally. Maybe we should start locally as well in exchanging some of the fellows and researchers in-house.
Sure.
Okay, going to Dr. Ali again, if you have any comment or feedback on any of the challenges that we have discussed today.
Well, let me something I didn't do in the obvious front, maybe conclude with my more positive thanks to Trends and to all the people who have sort of been working on this particular occasion. One of the things I am pressing for internally within the think tank community of Africa, and I participated in the last one that we had in Lusaka, African Think Tanks Association. Subsequently, I have seen counterpart discussions with Academy of Social Sciences in China. I'm grateful that Trends has initiated this particular exercise in Middle East and Africa. given the fact that there are such a commonalities of the issues that are facing both communities, from climate to, access to trade, to this and that. And not only would I wish to comment, but I hope I can ask that we continue doing this collectively. I don't know whether we meet next time in Lagos or Accra or Addis Ababa, because I think it gives us the possibility of gaining sort of some maybe commonalities of view. And whether we continue that to exchange of researchers or this or that, that is how I hope, which is something very specific to the Horn of Africa, proximity to the Gulf Cooperation Council and proximity to the entire Middle East, that we will work towards peace, development, and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Once again, thank you to our esteemed speakers and to all our participants for joining us today. Your engagement and contributions are vital to the ongoing efforts to unlock the potential of think tanks in the Middle East and Africa. And we do look forward to continuing this important conversation in future sessions of the Trans-Global Roundtable series. And I wish you all a great day. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we started as good morning and now we have reached good evening, which is a good thing. It is an honor to address this distinguished gathering on a topic of profound significance: cooperation between think tanks of the Middle East and Africa, prospects for improving the quality and impacts of outputs in the field of development policy. We live in a time where global challenges increasingly require both global and regional collaboration, where to find answers and to ask important questions needs think tanks to play a bigger role as incubators of ideas, where policy frameworks and innovative solutions cannot be overstated. Our regions, both of our regions, Middle East and Africa, are rich in history, culture, and potential. And both regions face unique developmental challenges. These challenges vary, ranging from economic disparities and political instability, climate change, public health crises. These challenges implore us to make concentrated efforts to generate actionable and impactful policies. By fostering cooperation between think tanks of Africa and the Middle East, we can harness diverse perspectives, share valuable insights, and build a robust network of knowledge and expertise. I was just saying I was happy to hear those conversations among us. I didn't want this round table of knowledge to be just an event or a conference. And I'm happy that we can hopefully see a concrete outcome of a network among think tanks. Today, as we have embarked on this discussion, let us envision a future where our think tanks are not just regional, but global leaders in shaping development policies. Let us explore the avenues of partnership, identify the barriers to effective collaboration, and commit to a shared vision of progress, prosperity to our regions. Together, we can create a powerful synergy that transcends borders and transforms lives. Let us seize this opportunity to build a better, interconnected future for the Middle East and Africa. In this panel and in the previous ones, we have had a great selection of experts in this field, as I am lucky to have a first row seat and a closer seat to be among them and hear their ideas on this interesting topic. First, we have Mr. Richard Morrow, an analyst at the Brent Hurst Foundation. He focuses on public sector reform and policy strategy. And we also have Professor Fortunata Sangura from Tanzania, the Executive Director of the Economic and Social Research Foundation, to share with us some of her insights as well. We have Dr. John Karanga from Kenya, the Acting Director at the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, or KIPRA for a shortcut. And we have Mr. Nazir Bandur from Zambia, the Business Development Manager at the Zambia Institute for Policy Analysis and Research. And last but not least, we have Mr. Benjamin Davis from Trans, He is an economic affairs expert based in both Abu Dhabi and Stellenbosch, as he heads our office in Stellenbosch and Cape Town as well. And now, without any further ado, let's begin this panel and this discussion with Mr. Richard Morrow to hear his ideas on the topic.
Fantastic. Well, good evening, and thank you once again for the opportunity to be here. In preparing for this discussion, I had prepared some remarks, but one of the benefits of speaking last is that you can listen to what everyone else has said before you, and you can pick and choose what they said, what you liked, and perhaps what you feel can be improved upon. So I just want to obviously extend thanks to everyone who's come before us. I want to pick up on a comment made by His Excellency Nikolai in the very first session this morning, where he said, advice is only good when it is welcomed. And I think there's a lot to that, which I think is at the crux maybe of this session. We as the Brenthurst Foundation, one of our core offerings is that we work with governments upon their request, right? We don't go and kick the door down and insist that we work with them. We're not McKinsey, we're not Boston Consulting Group. We choose to work with governments once we know that we've overcome the very first and probably biggest hurdle, which is that they are actually receptive to working with us and that they've gone the extra mile to show their willingness to cooperate. So I think that's the very first thing when you think about development policy, is that, and again, I'm echoing what's already been touched on, many people from the outside looking in think they know what the answer is. You know, they can tell you that, oh, because this worked in country A, it's likely going to work in country B. But that's inevitably not the case. So understanding when you talk about development policy is whose development policy are you talking about in the first place? And that, as I say, is probably one of the biggest challenges, because if you don't have agreement around what it is that needs to be achieved, if you don't have agreement around who should be in the room working towards that challenge, it's going to break down at some point along the way. So having clear buy-in from all stakeholders is key towards development policy and actually working towards it. The other thing, and this is probably an issue where some actors break down, is that they see development policy. Do you want me to switch to a microphone? Can you hear me? Perfect. So one of the other challenges with development policy is probably the commercialization of it, where it's seen as one retainer leading to the next. One of our idioms, or one of the phrases that we use in our organization, is that we know that we've been successful when we're no longer needed, right? When a government doesn't need your support anymore, it's probably because you've done, at the very least, a decent job when it comes to working on policy. So I think that's the other mindset from external stakeholders, specifically think tanks in our context, is knowing that their job is best done when they are no longer needed and when they can actually leave. Because ultimately, what is the point of a think tank? And again, I'm echoing what was said earlier. It's for the research to have an impact. I mean, we're not here talking about what our H-index ranking is, or how many social media impressions our content received. I mean, ultimately, we're in the business of making real, tangible impact. And that means, as I say, working with the right stakeholders and making sure that you agree on what policy is. And specific to this session, the relationship between Middle East and Africa, I don't think it's an issue of, or let me rephrase this, expertise is certainly a challenge on the African continent. We know what the challenges are. There are many, many PowerPoint presentations sitting on shelves detailing what the problems are, what should be done, how they should be addressed, what needs to be done. But ultimately, where the gap falls, or where the issue ultimately falls short, is around the implementation. And that most often is due to a lack of expertise in-house on the continent. And so when you think about think tanks, of course, they can help plug that gap, but invariably that's more strategic, right? It often lacks when it comes to implementation. So when I think about collaboration between African think tanks and those in the Middle East, I would want to stress the importance of stronger implementation capabilities. Of course, it's beneficial to have strategic insights. It helps to have an outsider's perspective. But really, if we are wanting to achieve the objective, which a think tank ought to achieve, which is real tangible impact, we need to maybe move beyond the comforts of conferences and PowerPoint presentations and actually work more towards implementation. And I think looking towards the Middle East and indeed other regions, that's probably where an opportunity presents itself.
Thank you, Mr. Richard. That was some insightful ideas. And I do apologize because of the short of time. We had to cut your speech quite a bit as well.
Not a problem.
Now we move to Professor Fortunata Sangura to share her ideas on the matter at hand.
Thank you, moderator. So I'll also start by use one of the Swahili saying. Ben started off yesterday, so we are kind of like catching up with that. So it says, kidole kimoja hakivunji chawa, means one finger cannot crush a lice. So which in Swahili it means strength comes from not standing alone, but with others. So by working together, we can leverage diverse expertise, share resources, and amplify our influence. So when I think of how can the cooperation between think tanks in Middle East and Africa can help in terms of improving quality and the impact of outputs, there are five areas that came to mind that, or 5 situations that for the evidence that we produce. The first one is evidence culture. Is the evidence available, adequate, and relevant in high volume of evidence produced? The second one is evidence time. Decision makers often require evidence in a rapidly matter that does not necessarily match the time that it attained to produce the evidence. Evidence translation. Producers may lack resources and capacity needed to translate evidence into more accessible format. And evidence ecosystem, which means evidence ecosystem faces multiple challenges related to the needs for more funding and capacities for evidence users. So what does think tank collaboration strategies then got to do with this? As I said, together, we can have impact and produce quality. Because if we combine our expertise or establish consortia or networks and work on joint research projects, so this collaboration can address complex development issues and having multiple voices in addressing that issue through both traditional methods and innovative methods. And these collaborations have to be long-term, not just like we meet for a particular issue and then we part ways. It has to be long-term, and it doesn't have to be just on a project, but also we can engage together in fundraising efforts, but also other think tanks are more advanced in terms of technology. And now we have technology, actually, digital tools can allow us to facilitate this collaboration from different parts. But also, this has been mentioned before, but I just want to emphasize collaboration culture by building trust and a relationship on regular communication. So I think that's really, really important to amplify our impact. But sharing resources and expertise between both Middle East and Africa, and such as data set, research tools, funding opportunities, and then reduce duplication of efforts, implement some exchange program, and you have senior researchers and juniors from both sides, mentor younger ones, and then that can also create a community of practice that can really be helpful when it comes to amplifying the impact of quality outputs. Another area that I think is very, very important is leveraging diverse perspective through interdisciplinarity and internationality. And I think, I know we have always been talking about importance of local evidence, but having multidisciplinarity, like I'm the only sociologist in my institution. Everybody else is there is an economist, so you can imagine that. So you have different disciplines, economy, sociology, public health, working together to address challenges, but also people from different parts, so you can have both local insights and global insights, which to address certain issues. This can lead to more relevant and context-specific recommendation. So initiative by Trends, bringing in, I know there are people from Brazil, as well as Africa and Middle East together. I think that's really commendable. Enhancing communication, dissemination, and policy advocacy. This is something we all do. But are we doing it better? What if we do it jointly? What we do, we coordinate our advocacy campaign. What about policy dialogues that can really, we work with policymakers on joint projects that we have done and from different think tanks and share our experiences. So I think all these are important, and by leveraging these kind of strategies, I think think tanks, both from Middle East and Africa, can enhance their collaboration, improve quality of their research outputs, but also increase the impact on development policies. And these collaboration efforts can lead to more comprehensive, credible, influential, and better to inform policy and contribute to sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Fortunata, for highlighting the common grounds which us as think tanks can stand on to start the first step along the way of cooperating together. And now let's hear Dr. Jones Karanga's ideas.
Yeah, thank you very much. Again, is to appreciate TREDS for having the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research Analysis in this forum. And again, as I said, there's a government think tank in Kenya. And this is a very timely subject on how to have collaboration, and I call them strategic collaboration and strategic partnership as far as our work is concerned as think tanks. Looking at it in our mandate, which is purely generating evidence to inform policy-making process and contribute to the national development agenda, it is very, very important to collaborate as think tanks, because one thing we are going to benefit from this is what we call institutional capacity building. Remember, as we do our policy research and even go further to policy analysis, where policymakers would want us to deep dive into the real issues that can bring solutions to what is affecting countries, it is very, very important for us to collaborate and see how we can develop capacities of our individual think tanks. This is in terms of retooling our researchers, making sure that our researchers are able to use the current tools for modeling to be able to do proper forecasting. Therefore, by collaborating, we are able to continuously develop the capacity of our researchers. By coming together to understand there are some other tools that can help us to deep digger and get the solutions that the policymakers are actually interested in. So it's very, very important to collaborate because of that capacity, institutional capacity. And again, it's very expensive for an institution to develop its staff, but through collaboration and partnership, we can have exchange program, visiting fellows. And what you're going to have in this is that we're actually going to improve the quality of our outputs. For example, when we strengthen through collaboration our peer review mechanisms of the outputs that we're producing, again, we're going to learn from each other how to package what the policy makers want. Remember, what academia has done has given us a skill in research. But again, the skill in policy analysis, we can learn from each other through collaboration so that you are able to identify the policy gaps that exist and even give policy recommendations, either to develop new policies or how to cross the gaps that we have in the policies that are there. Therefore, the quality of our outputs is going to improve when we collaborate. Again, the way we inform our thematic research that we undertake. This is very, very important because we are going to learn from the peers. How do we inform our research agenda? How do we inform our thematic research? And from what I've seen, the best practice, even in Cupra, is whereby if you want to have an impact, as we're discussing today in this area of generating evidence, is to make sure that the evidence we produce and provide to the policymakers is actually informed by the government agenda. That will make us have an impact. Therefore, it is very, very important to do policy surveillance and understand the government agenda, and then it informs the basis of how we come up with our research agenda and thematic research, and then we engage at the local levels of the stakeholders, the government, we walk through. Therefore, it is very important to collaborate to build the capacity of our researchers and to be able to situate that we have the modern tools for policy analysis. The other thing is the quality of data. We need to collaborate so that we're able to share data across the think tanks. I understand some of the areas that of government interest, you find the data is not available. And remember, as policymakers are interested in the evidence, they're also interested in the source of data that is actually pointing to this recommendation. One question I've seen the policymakers in Kenya actually ask is, what was the source of the data? Very, very, very important. Therefore, when we collaborate and where there's no data, for example, in my country, you find creative economy is an agenda of the government that is in place now. And we don't have data in creative economy. So what we are doing, we are getting best practices from countries where creative economy has picked up. And we're using that data to say, hey, this is how creative economy should be looked at as far as policies are concerned. Therefore, when we collaborate, we're able to fill in the data gaps that are there and be able to actually provide to the government the credible sources of data that can be relied on, which has worked somewhere else, and as think tanks are going to have an impact in our work. Again, the other thing, as we continue collaborating, is how we package our policy recommendations and our outputs. We are talking about how to improve quality and have impact in our outputs. We have been accused all through that as think tanks, we produce highly technical outputs. Where we agree that's important to be highly technical, but again, it comes to communicating with the policymakers, we need to see how to package these highly technical information to policy messages. We need to collaborate and ask ourselves as think tanks, how do we synthesize these highly technical information into a policy message such that in every sentence there is a policy message for the policymaker. So again, seeing how to package this high technical information to policy messages will be very key for us going forward, and to be able to see the products that policymakers can use. I know we talked of policy briefs, but in Kenya we've gone a step further to produce what we call policy memoranda. Policy memoranda, this is where we synthesize information and share with the relevant ministries. For example, Kipra serves the totality of the government or the ministries. So we are able to synthesize the highly technical information into a policy memoranda, and we submit that information to policymakers. By all of us, again, as think tanks, now playing a very key role by ensuring that we participate and engage government in policy-making process. By participating and, of course, providing a platform like this one, and invite policymakers for exchange of views and for building a platform where policymakers can engage in a dialogue with think tanks, that will be very, very, very key. Lastly is on dissemination. In most cases, you find, yes, we publish outputs, they have high quality, but again, how do they get themselves to the tables of the policymaker? This is another element we need to collaborate to ensure that the way we disseminate our information, the way we leverage on technology to make sure that the policy messages, the evidence we are generating, gets to the relevant policymakers at the light that is required, and to ensure that this information fits into the policy. I believe one of the best things for a think tank is when we are going to evaluate and find that the information that the evidence that we provide to the policymakers is getting into registration, when we are going to find that the evidence we are generating is getting into representation and also into budget making, that will be an impact for us. Therefore, how we disseminate this information going forward will be very key as we work together to ensure that we make an impact in legislation, we make an impact in representation, and we make an impact also in the budget making. That will make us relevant to the policymakers, it will make the government support our agenda and support the work that we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. John. Thank you for your valuable contribution. You actually answered one of the questions I wanted to ask, which is how to know if you made an impact through your policy, through your research as well, and for your insight as well, where you highlighted some of Kipra's successful. I know that Kipra is one of the leading think tanks in Kenya, and you've shared with us some of the reasons why that made Kipra such a successful think tank in Kenya as well. Now we move to Mr. Nazir Bandur to share with us his insights on the topic as well.
Thank you very much. I hope I can be heard, but thank you very much. And just to say I'm happy again to be here, and thank you to Trends for inviting me to sit before you all. One of the things that I really want to put across or to really drive home is this. What has been very fascinating about the last three panels, if you really dive into it and really look into it, we have very similar problems. We have very similar challenges. We have very similar backgrounds. We think through almost exactly the same things, right? But what does that say? That says when you convene a room like this and the topic is about cooperation between think tanks, those issues that you discuss in commonality means you can find solutions to all the things that we're talking about here today, right? There was a comment earlier that said that think tanks are multifaceted, multicultural, multi-traditional, multi-purposed. Of course they are, because they come from different countries. But and yet we're still here discussing how to enhance sustainable development, how to achieve sustainable development. We go through the same challenges in terms of funding. We go through the same challenges in terms of navigating the political economy and making sure that we try the very best we can to influence public policy. The Zambia Institute for Policy Analysis and Research goes through exactly the same thing. So if we can then literally answer the question to ensure that when we come here as think tanks together and we actually start to become doers, you will find that the strength in numbers will give us those exact solutions. So I want to even dive a little bit more into the Zambia context. We heard from Sito, we heard from Asset earlier, who's doing the Country Economic Transformation Outlook Program, who's helping us with our macroeconomics, who's helping us navigate through how to achieve sustainable development using a gender lens. That is a direct example of what cooperation between think tanks can do. Here's another one. Zambia is currently going through a national disaster, which is a drought. Imagine if we came to Somalia, who has had similar challenges in the past, to say, how did you deal with this when you were going through your resilience and sustainable livelihood program? What lessons can we learn? How can you help us navigate through this drought challenge? Zambia was the first country in 2020 to default on its Eurobond, going through a debt restructuring process and goes on an IMF program. What lessons could we have learned from Ghana? What lessons could we have learned from Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, Tunisia, who went through those similar things? What do us as think tanks, what could we have discussed? What would we have come up together to find solutions before we even defaulted? Because of the drought, Zambia has a very big energy crisis. Massive hours in terms of load shedding. What I just recently went through, saw something on Middle East and North Africa, the region there, and the cooperation that they have there. And there's something that they call the Pan-Arab electricity market, which essentially means they're working together as countries in that region to import and export electricity. Zambia sits in SADC. Why can't we do the same thing with Mozambique? Why can't we do the same thing with South Africa? Why can't we do the same thing with Angola? To start being a regional hub to share electricity. Maybe Zambia wouldn't be in the energy crisis that it is in now. So we have to use the platforms that we are in, like here today, and maybe trends cause themselves trends because they're trendsetters, because we need something like this to happen. Right? There's a conversation I was having with Mr. Mandela before he left to say one of the points I wanted to drive home today was we always get research work from the United Nations system. We always get research work from the IMF, the World Bank, the EU. Why don't we see similar push from the AU? Why don't we see the Nelson Mandela Foundation become the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation? Something just as big to promote research and be the first ones coming to think tanks and saying, please help us produce this research output. We need, and I know it's been mentioned already, you have Africa problems come from Africa solutions, but we are now talking also about the Middle East. We can learn a lot from what the Middle East has gone through. Its path towards industrialization, its path towards sustainable development. We're not reinventing the wheel. We're not trying to do something that has never been done before. But how fast could this process have happened if we as think tanks had done this process much earlier and said, let's work together? So in the end, I think it would just be extremely important that we actually put KPIs to this process. Yes, it's good that we've sat here throughout this day and talked through these panel discussions and had really great conversations, but where are the key performance indicators? Where's the structure? Let's put pen to paper. Let's put something together, a proposal, an action plan, so that us as think tanks actually start to work towards this goal. Otherwise, my counterparts, think tanks from African countries will know this. We're very good at talking. Once that conference ends, nothing happens. I think this should stop here today. We should use this platform that we're here for to set a governance structure, to set a direction, to set an infrastructure, so that we can actually put action points together, put KPIs, put a plan for the future, put even issues like you think tank, you're going to be a chairman this year, next year this is going to revolve to this country between the Middle East and Africa. Let's actually come out of here with something tangible so that moving forward we can solve the problems that we currently face, we can work together to find funding, we can work together to enhance skills, we can work together to enhance capacities, because all of this is all answered by capacity building and training anyway. So let's actually make sure us as think tanks become doers more than talkers. So just again, thank you very much for allowing me to be here, and I really hope that for once we can actually leave here with something tangible, and hopefully trends actually does mean trendsetters. We look forward to continuing on that path.
Thank you, Mr. Nazir. That was a marvelous contribution. Indeed. No, I love the part where you stressed on a successful partnership, and you said we should learn from each other as well. There's a saying that goes, a wise man learns not from his own, but from others too. And I heard yesterday at the gala dinner that every member of the roundtable have said you have a friend in Kenya, and you have a friend in Tanzania, you have a friend in South Africa, and in Zambia. And I'm very proud to say, on behalf of Dr. Mohammed, our CEO, you now have an actual friend in the Middle East as well, representing Trends and in our office in South Africa as well. And hopefully, we are in the works of getting something tangible out of this roundtable. Thank you so much. And now, last but not least, we move to Mr. Benjamin, our head office, the one who runs our office in Stellenbosch, South Africa, to share his insights on the topic as well.
Thank you. I think I'm going to switch things a little bit around, because I think that a lot of the panelists have already covered issues associated with collaboration and the common challenges that we have. I think what I wanted to highlight is that we have some interesting comparative advantages when we look at these common challenges. So to give you an idea of the opportunities for collaboration, one of the things that the Middle East is known for is a significant source of capital. The vast majority of oil revenues generated globally are consolidated in the Middle East, and then they're distributed around the rest of the world, invested in various financial instruments. If you do any analysis of where the money flows have gone over the last 30 years, you'll realize that the investment opportunities have been very limited. Over 50% of investment has actually gone into the G7 over the last 30 years, while India grew at 8%, China became the second largest economy in the world. You would have thought that the FDI would have been distributed more evenly. It's not. And as an investor in global prosperity, which is what the UAE is, it's an incredibly painful process to continually go back to the same investor recipients year after year with the excess savings that you have. We have a common interest in diversifying the financial system to create more access and opportunity for other countries around the world. So as someone working for a think tank in another region that is also Global South, there's a very common imperative for us to come and collaborate from different perspectives around how we solve the financial architecture to make it work for the Global South. No. So that's the first point. I think that the other one that I wanted to highlight is that I'm actually, you might have noticed that I'm not an academic. I've spent 20 years building businesses in financial services. And this is a recent thing that I have done. And one of the things that I leaned on when we were building banks in Africa or scaling mobile wallets in West Africa for MTN, or looking at the regulatory environment to provide access to financial services, or working as a fintech using artificial intelligence and machine learning tools to do credit scoring for microloans in various markets, is that if your planning and implementation cycle is longer than 12 months, you're behind the curve. So one of the things that I would love to do in partnership with you as think tanks is how do we accelerate incremental changes to the way that our policymakers can start putting runs on the board. And what's exciting about that process is that I've seen it being implemented in the UAE. I've been part of that process. So to give you an idea, the Golden Visa program took 6 months from idea to implementation. It's a mammoth policy change that can be done relatively fast. So I think that there's a lot of time spent on trying to think about structural and macroeconomic changes that need to be made with very significant policy implementations. I think that the other thing that we're potentially missing, and one thing that I've learned from business, is that you can make incremental improvements very fast to prove your credibility as an implementation partner. So we ultimately see ourselves in an environment where climate change has been solved, where youth unemployment has been addressed, where we are able to enable a market for energy across the SADC region. We know we can't do that tomorrow. What is the incremental thing that we can do to sell that first electron of energy, to make that investment in power generation, to invest in the infrastructure that gets us to that point? So for me, the other thing is just focusing on what are the little things that we can start doing as think tanks to start proving that a network of organizations that are focused on trying to solve these very significant global problems can start getting the ball moving in the right direction. And I think that our comparative advantages as think tanks from the Middle East and Africa actually is a strength for us in that process going forward. So I think I'd leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Ben. In the end, I would like to apologize to you all. The last panel had to be shortened a bit because we have a trip to Stellenbosch still, and we are inviting every one of you to participate in the trip as well, and to see our office opening up in South Africa and Stellenbosch. Thank you, everyone, for your insightful things. To be honest, you've enriched my knowledge personally, and I would love to keep this conversation going on the bus while we're on our way to Stellenbosch. But in all truly, you do honestly have a friend in the Middle East. What we've done here today is not just things on paper. As you said, Mr. Nazir, every think tank, every one of us can find solution. We're think tanks for a reason. But the problem is agreeing on one solution. That remains the thing. And I've heard Professor Joao say something yesterday, and Mr. William also said something that captivated me. And I knew it from before, but just hearing it again is not such a bad thing. If you want to travel fast, you go alone. But if you want to travel further, you go together. And hopefully we're going together from this point on. Thank you, everyone, for listening to this panel.
Distinguished moderator and panelists, thank you for your insightful discussion. We have come to end of our discussions. I would like to invite Ms. Fatma Liamahi, Strategic Partnership Specialist at Trends Research and Advisory, to deliver recommendations and closing remarks.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely appreciate your presence at the Trends Roundtable on unlocking the potential of think tanks, new ideas, and innovative strategies for impactful engagement. Your attendance was much appreciated and contributed to its success. In our concluding remarks, we'd like to reiterate that think tanks can shape public policy in innovation and meaningful ways if they are committed to ensuring their efforts profoundly impact the issues they work on. Participating think tanks and research institutions share a desire to generate impact and strategy for doing so. Over the 3 panels, and with active inputs and insights from experts of 13 think tanks on research institutions in the UAE, the Middle East, and Africa, this event discussed the role and influence of think tanks in shaping policy making, the organizational and policy challenges facing think tanks, and cooperation between think tanks in Middle East and Africa. The discussions were positive and insightful. The main recommendations of this event can be summarized as follows. First, get the basic rights. Ensure that think tanks produce timely, relevant research, output, and feed it into ongoing policy debates that decision makers can utilize. Establish partnerships with policymakers, civil society organizations, and media outlets to amplify the reach and influence of research. This could involve co-creating research agendas, participating in policy dialogues, and disseminating findings through diverse channels. Enhance collaboration and network between think tanks, academic institutions, non-governmental organizations, and international organizations, regionally and globally, to allow the sharing of resource expertise and best practices. Align research agendas with specific national and regional priorities and challenges, and prioritize research on critical issues such as climate change, economic development and trade, youth unemployment, food security, and conflict resolution. Continue to pressure for access to current statistics, policymakers, and government institutions that house and collect said data should make think tanks more accessible so that they can effectively analyze and provide independent viewpoints for formulating robust public policy. Think tanks should look to generate new data to improve decision-making, potentially by collaborating on developing and implementing surveys, population sampling, and other data collection methods. Organize more public events, seminars, and workshops, online and offline, to share research findings and engage with stakeholders. Second, strengthen the think tank's role in supporting positive policy outcomes. think tanks need to position themselves as not partisan entities that serve as bridge between the government, the private sector, and the public. Encourage think tanks to adopt innovative strategies and communication approaches such as data visualization, gaming policy scenarios, interactive tools, and social media platforms. These approaches can enhance engagement with the diverse audience and increase the accessibility of research finding to care policy decision makers. National think tanks should role-play their policymakers' responses to regional events with other think tanks to test their thinking when recommending multilateral responses to common areas of interest, such as trade, foreign investment, responding to climate change, and regional conflict. Prioritize general creative and innovation ideas, encouraging societal discourse, supporting positive change, and expanding the scope of their influence in the policy-making process. Encourage think tanks to address sensitive and controversial topics such as tolerance, religious freedom, political reform, and human rights through rigorous research, constructive dialogue, and advocacy for evidence-based policymaking. Emphasize think tanks' involving role, transitioning from traditional policy advisors to active participants in the shaping of political and socio-economic landscapes. This is crucial in the current volatile, uncertain, complex, ambitious, land-disruptive global environment. Third, enhance the think tank industry overall performance and capabilities. Develop a framework for measuring and demonstrating the impact of think tanks, research, and recommendations for policy and society. This could involve quantitative and qualitative metrics, tracking policy discourse, legislation, public opinion changes. Develop and share best practices among think tanks for assessing the effectiveness of engagement strategies. This will allow the think tanks to quantify their impact and refine approaches based on the data-driven insight. Promote collaboration and network between think tanks across the Middle East and Africa through shared research projects, knowledge-sharing platforms, and capability building initiatives. Support the development of new think tanks' capabilities in underrepresented areas on emerging issues through mentorship programs, seed funding, and network opportunities. Develop strategies to overcome challenges faced by think tanks in the Middle East and Africa, such as restrictive regulatory, environment, and security concerns. This could involve advocating for greater environment support, diversifying funding sources, and building resilience through partnerships and networks. Invest in the capacity building by providing ongoing training and professional development for research and staff, meeting the urgent need to secure flexible and sustainable funding for policy research and think tanks, not only for funding, but to acquire high-quality researchers and other support staff such as conference organizers and creative designers. Create endowment funds and target fundraising campaigns that provide more financial autonomy. Lastly, I would like to repeat my gratitude for everyone for participating in this roundtable, especially His Royal Highness, Prince Turki Al Faisal Al Saud, Chairman of the King Faisal Center for Research and Islamic Studies, His Excellency Mahash Saeed Al Hamli, UAE Ambassador of South Africa, Mr. Zondoa Mandela, Chairman of the Mandela Legacy Foundation, and Dr. Hamid Al Kaabi, CEO of Ittihad News Center. I look forward to seeing you all in Trends coming events. Thank you.